to him. In a text message to Norway's Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre, Trump has criticized Norway for not awarding him the Nobel Peace Prize despite his role in stopping 8 wars. That's according to him. He has said that this decision freed him from solely focusing on peace, allowing him to prioritize U.S. interests. Speaking in Florida, Trump reiterated that "I don't care about the Nobel Prize" and emphasized his success is halting wars. Let's listen in.
No, I don't care about the Nobel Prize. First of all, a very fine woman felt that I deserved it and really wanted me to have the Nobel Prize, and I appreciate that. If anybody thinks that Norway doesn't control the Nobel Prize, they're just kidding. They have a board, but it's controlled by Norway, and I don't care what Norway says.
Now for this discussion, we welcome Professor Mr. Colin Chong-Yu-Keith. He's a Foreign Affairs, Security and Strategy Analyst, joins us live from Kuala Lumpur. Thank you very much, Mr. Collins, for joining us again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, looking at this, what are we to make of this, ever-changing stance of Trump?
Well, we've seen how his approach has produced results on the ground, saving lives, deterring conflicts, preventing escalations of current conflicts, and so this is extremely important. We have seen how this framing also implies that peace is also achievable through coercive stability and deterrence, and not mediation and dialogue and diplomacy alone. And this notion challenges these conventional norms of the Nobel model that there's far too often rewarding this conventional mechanism of dialogue processes, even when conflicts are still ongoing or they remain unresolved. So preventing wars, freezing conflicts, forcing dialogues and forcing negotiations can also save lives, even without these formal peace treaties. And that this is also the fundamental strength of the approach by President Trump. We have seen how the argument is that hard power, capacity, economic pressure, and of course economic tools being used, tariff has been used, and also strategic ambiguity. All these factors can also do more in terms of reducing casualties, preventing aggressions, serving as red lines to adversaries, preventing escalations. And then he has solved 8 wars, he has prevented further escalations, he has saved countless of lives, and I think it's a shame that he has not been given this recognition. And he's right to point out that this is it's no longer important for him whether to receive or not, but his fundamental aim has always been to save lives, to prevent aggressions, and to bring peace, and that's why he is known as a peacemaker.
Right. So from your analysis, how motivated is President Trump currently about forcing negotiations for peace and saving lives? Because from his latest statements, I felt like he's not as motivated as he was back in maybe November or October. What's your analysis?
Well, certainly there will be some disappointments. We have seen how, as I've stated, it's long overdue now for him to be given recognition for what he has done for the past year in terms of preventing conflicts, in terms of solving conflicts and bringing peace. And of course also he has done more to have some fundamental progress in the current conflict in Ukraine. We have to remember that this started under the Biden administration. He has always, this has always been his priority to ensure that this does not prolong. Lives have been lost on both sides, and this has been going on for 5 years now. And it's a shame that this has happened in the first place. As not only in Ukraine, we have seen how he has also prioritized different conflicts all over the world, from Thailand, Cambodia conflict to India-Pakistan conflict, and many other more. So we have seen how I will foresee that he will continue to use this as one of the main priorities. He has stated so. And despite this absence of formal recognitions, I don't believe that this will dampen his his intent, his passion for this, and I will foresee that he will continue to double down on the need to bring a swift end to the conflict in Ukraine, to have both sides to come to this agreement, and also conflicts elsewhere. So I'll foresee that, this will continue in the near future, and this has always been his hallmark, and it is of high time now for recognitions that have been long overdue for him.
And last but not least, so what do you think, what is his priority right now?
Well, his priorities will be, of course, to ensure that what he has set up to do for the past 1 year now will finally bear fruit. We have seen now, the one of the core priorities will be, of course, to end the Ukraine conflict, and hopefully the peace process, the agreement, is now on the final stages. And of course, there have been consistent complexities, difficulties on the ground by both sides, but this has not dampened his spirit. We have seen how both sides have also created numerous obstacles, roadblocks along the way for the past couple of months now, but he is persistent. Of course, there have been times where he has been disappointed by the progress, by the intent, by both Zelensky and Putin. But this continues, and I don't see this to be infringing upon the ultimate aim of him to ensure that this is finally resolved, and the same case for elsewhere. And he'll continue to do so, and this will be one of his main priorities for this year, although also he'll double down on the need to ensure the security and safety of the US, as what we have seen now in the case of his approach in Venezuela and his potential approaches in Greenland. And we have to remember that a stronger and more prosperous and a more stable and secure United States will ensure that the world also will feel the same level of safety and security, because only Washington has both the hard power capacity and the intent to enforce the international law and to ensure that red lines are met, and to ensure that any attempts by any adversaries or aggressors will be deterred through the peace through strength approach and through the might of the American military power. And this has been the case for more than 7 to 8 decades now, since the end of the Second World War, where the global order has been kept in check, has been enforced by the might of the American power to ensure that peace and stability will still reign supreme. And this will be his hallmark. I think the peace architecture of the post-Cold War liberal order will still be molded in the framework of course, to ensure peace and stability across the world. And this can only be achieved with the unraveled American military might and economic might also.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. Collins Chong-Yu Keith for sharing that insight. Thank you very much. We have a breaking news coming in from Iran. Iran's Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi has accused the World Economic Forum of cancelling their appearance at the upcoming Davos summit due to lies and political pressure from Israel and its US-based supporters. He has claimed that the move comes despite Iran's efforts to defend its people from what they describe as terrorist attacks and ISIS-style killings backed by Mossad. His statement also criticized the WEF for its perceived double standards, pointing out that Israel's actions in Gaza, including the mass killings of 71,000 Palestinians, did not lead to the cancellation of invitations for Israeli officials. Araghchi has slammed WEF for its inconsistent moral stance, accusing it of intellectual bankruptcy and moral depravity. Now we move on to our next news. Russia's latest attack on Ukraine has left a 50-year-old man dead in Kyiv and caused significant damage. Governor Mykola Kalashnik has reported that the strike also destroyed 2 fuel stations. Kyiv's mayor Vitaly Klitschko has announced that over 5,600 high-rise buildings in the capital were left without heating after the strike, with 80% of these affected once again after previous January 9th attack. In the southern Odessa region, an energy infrastructure facility was damaged and a drone hit a residential building in Kornomorsk, with no details on injuries yet. Authorities are still addressing the damage. Now for this discussion, we welcome Ms. Julia Kazdobina. She's a senior fellow at Ukrainian Prism, joins us live from Poland. Thank you very much, Ms. Kazdobina, for joining us. Good to see you. Now, thank you. Now, as you know, we are almost 4 years into this war, and things are intensifying. How is the situation over there in Ukraine and Kyiv?
Well, the situation is actually pretty dire because it's very, very cold. Temperatures at night go to minus 20 degrees Celsius, which is very cold. I'm not sure how much it is in Fahrenheit, but at minus 20 is very cold, and in some places it's even less than that. It's minus 10 during the day, and Russia has been consistently hitting Ukrainian critical infrastructure, and this is actually a sustained and a deliberate strategy to put Ukrainians, to break Ukrainians' will to resist Russian aggression, because first they tried to destroy the energy system as a whole. They failed. They tried to separate left bank Ukraine from right bank Ukraine, and they also failed. And so now they've changed the strategy, and now they send many missiles and drones at the same time to overwhelm Ukrainian air defenses into one region or one city, and make sure that people have no electricity, that they have no running water, and they have no heating. And Ukraine is a very urbanized country, and in big cities, the heating system and the electricity system is very centralized. And so if you hit several of those really big heat producing plants or electricity producing plants, then it's a large number of people is left without electricity. And as you mentioned, in Kiev, this is an attack that follows a previous major attack on January 9th, which also plunged 6,000 buildings in Kiev into darkness and cold. And authorities in Ukraine, they were working to restore heating. And yesterday it was reported that the work was mostly done, and heat was coming back to people's houses. But Russia did it again today. And so all of these efforts that were spent restoring, and they were actually were wasted. And so, but this is a consistent strategy. And the previous speaker that just spoke and about how much Donald Trump is doing to stop the war, actually what he's doing has an opposite effect, because just like your previous speaker, he spoke about both sides. In this case, it's not both sides. It's Russian aggression. It's a much bigger country that lied about a threat to it, and which attacked a much smaller country and continues attacking a much smaller country and a much weaker country on a daily basis. And it's not both sides. It's a clear aggressor and a clear victim. And what Donald Trump is doing, and he's doing exactly what your previous speaker was saying, trying to put the sign of equality between two sides and putting pressure on Ukraine to accept Russian demands, while at the same time trying to reward Russia. And so this only prolongs the war, because Russia feels empowered. Its aggression is not being stopped, and it continues. And from our previous experience, we know that if there is a deal with Russia, it means nothing, because we've made deals with them previously, and they violated many deals previously, and they still attacked us. So I mean, what Donald Trump is doing, it's not something that's going to lead to peace. It only leads to bigger escalation.
So what do you think is Trump's priority there? And also, so recently some European countries have suggested considering talking directly with Russia instead of talking to Russia through US. What's your take on that?
From what I understand from the national security strategy of the United States, they seek what they call strategic stability. And they want to end the war, and they don't really care where the line will be drawn on the map. They just want to end the war, and they want to transfer the responsibility for European security to Europeans. But at the same time, they want to be the one who calls the shots in Europe. So they want to destroy the existing institutions, meaning European Union, meaning NATO, actually, although they claim they're not withdrawing from NATO. But looking at what's happening in Greenland these days, it's clearly not healthy thing for NATO. And so they're trying to destroy institutions that were built during the Cold War and create new institutions in which European countries, which have like-minded governments. And I think we can be sure by now that the United States is not a democratic government at this point. And so they want to create unions with other non-democratic forces in Europe and sort of build, as the Europeans now say, a vassal relationship, not a partner or allied relationship the way it was previously.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kazdobina, for sharing that insight and sharing that reality of Ukraine with us. Thank you very much. Now we move the focus on to Vietnam. Vietnam's top leader, To Lam, has promised an annual economic growth exceeding 10% for the remainder of the decade, despite global challenges during his address to the Communist Party Congress that will shape his political future. Lam has stated that the Congress is taking place in a time of many overlapping difficulties and challenges, from natural disasters, storms and floods to epidemics, security risks, fierce strategic competition, and major disruptions in energy, food and supply chains. Lam, a former head of state security, is seeking to retain his role as party chief and possibly take one of the state presidency, and has promised for greater government reforms after he launched the bureaucracy's most significant overhaul in decades during his brief tenure as party chief. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. Collins Chong-Yu Keith. He's a Foreign Affairs and Security Strategy Analyst, joins us live from Kuala Lumpur. Thank you very much, Mr. Collins, for staying with us. Thank you. Now, looking at this, can you tell us who exactly is To Lam's and how effective is his pledge of sustained double-digit economic function as a political strategy?
Yes, we have seen how during this Congress it is expected for To Lam to consolidate his grip, and amidst these different geopolitical and economic challenges, we have seen how Vietnam's growth has been credible and effective, and of course impressive. But now it faces this stagnation, this long-term trap of being in a middle-income transition, with this slowing global trade, regional challenges. Of course, also tighter tax controls, and I think he understands that incremental reforms alone are no longer sufficient now, and of course, this new wave of this transition towards new energy sources, in terms of digitalization, in terms of industrial upgrading, the race for critical minerals and resources, and high-tech manufacturing. So these have been the fundamental growth factors for Vietnam. But this is the time to push growth further, to ensure that the domestic audience is the needs and demands of the domestic audience are being met. So we have seen how the growth ambitions, the economic models of Vietnam have always been on the reliance on external demands. It's an export-oriented nation, also on FDI, on foreign direct investment, on key sectors, and being as the hub for supply chain positioning and resilience. So Vietnam has been the case for the China Plus One strategy. And of course, the economic strategy of strategic hedging with different powers, of course with China, with the US, with East Asia, with Japan and South Korea, have been a key. And this will be expected to continue in terms of hedging without outright alignment. And this is being reflected with Vietnam's own bamboo diplomacy, and with its own four no's in its foreign conduct. No formal alliances and no use of force. But this will be increasingly under strain. Now we have seen how the polemic, of course, the dilemma in South China Sea. We'll see that Vietnam is going to have a harder time in hedging between the needs to appease to its neighbor China, and of course also without expecting this and repercussions and risks in terms of economic retaliation. Also at the same time, the need also to rely on the US market in terms of also the vast market access, the inflow of technology and resources, and of course capital, and of course also its positioning within the regional framework in ASEAN. So all this will weigh heavily in how To Lam will rejuvenate the internal economic drive and changes, and especially at this time of this critical juncture of this 5-year planning for Vietnam, and the 10-year and 15-year timeline and framework in the anniversary of the party. So we have seen how this will continue to be in the main focus for To Lam.
And for Mr. To Lam, how might To Lam's background in state security and his push for major bureaucratic reform influence the internal party support for retaining his current role and maybe also expanding his authority or role?
Yes, we have seen how, I think he's a strategic person, and he has been cognizant of the fact that there needs to be this fundamental push for reform, internally. So we can expect some, adjustments. Of course, also the push to liberalize certain sectors, but selectively, of course, to ensure that domestic needs are met, and also, of course, to continue on his drive for anti-corruption, for good governance, to ensure that there's this synergy and consolidation of, in terms of efficiency in the impact of good governance, and to ensure that anti-corruption measures are in place to gain the needed trust and confidence from the people, from the public. And so this will be used as the tools of this consolidation and maybe a more centralized structure of power rather than pluralism. And we've seen how this is also critical for Vietnam to ensure that there's this equal spread of growth and the feel-good factor on the ground. And it's not only concentrated in the north or in the south, so there's this alignment of priorities and in bridging these different geographical hubs, and to ensure that there's this connectivity, and in terms of also other spillover impact from all the major economic reforms that will be in place, and to ensure that he has got the trust and confidence of the people. So I think this will be some of the key main tenets of how he will undergo these structures and reforms under his watch.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. Collins Chong-Yu-Keith for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout our news. Thank you very much. Now we move on to our next news. The landmark national security trial for Hong Kong's Tiananmen vigil organizers is set to begin on January 22nd. Meanwhile, Chong Hang-tang, Lee Chak-yeon, and Albert Ho are facing up to 10 years in prison for inciting subversion of state power under Hong Kong's national security law. The Hong Kong Alliance, which had organized the Tiananmen Vigil since 1990, was disbanded in 2021 after being charged under the law. Public commemorations have been banned since 2020. However, Cho and Lee are expected to plead not guilty, while Ho plans to plead guilty. Meanwhile, all three remain in custody as the trial proceeds. Let's listen in.
係要去反抗佢，佢梗係覺得要打壓你啦。但係咪調翻轉就又換嚟一個空間咧？我哋都認為唔一定嘅。係咪你放棄咗自己所有力量，唔去抗爭，佢就會放過你咧？似乎都唔係啦。你見到佢哋對所有解散嘅團體都會窮追猛打，所以我覺得我哋唯一能依靠嘅係我哋自己嘅力量，係我哋大家嘅關注，係我哋繼續去做啱嘅事，而做啱嘅事本身係有力量喺入邊嘅。咁我哋係用咁樣嘅方法去抗衡我哋而家面對嘅風險。
When the government, Carrie Lam said that the whole ban of gathering regulation will go to June 4th, then it's quite obvious what they are up to. It's very clear that they have a political objective.
Or whitewash the
Now we move on to U.S. The U.S. Supreme Court will hear a pivotal case this week that could impact the Federal Reserve's independence. President Donald Trump's attempt to dismiss Fed Governor Lisa Cook over alleged mortgage fraud raises questions about the president's power to remove Fed officials. Trump has argued that cause for removal should be broadly defined, which could weaken the Fed's autonomy. Cook, who was accused of misrepresenting mortgage information, believes her firing is politically motivated due to Trump's frustration with high interest rates. Let's listen into what an official has shared.
This is one of the most important cases about presidential power and the administrative agencies, perhaps more important than the other decision that the court's going to make this year about the Federal Trade Commission and the independence of those commissioners, because the Federal Reserve is the most important administrative agency in the United States. And while the president, I think, has a good constitutional argument to have direct control over things like the FTC, the FCC, these are agencies which are enforcing federal law. Whether he should have direct control over the money supply, that's another question, and that's enormously important because that's such a direct, immediate impact on the economy.
Meanwhile, Trump has hinted at nominating a new Fed chair amid an ongoing criminal investigation into Jerome Powell over renovation costs at the Fed's headquarters. Let's listen into his recent comments.
Tell us about the Fed. Will you make a decision for or down?
Yeah, I know who I want.
You know who you want?
In the Fed.
When will you make a decision?
I'll announce it sometime, but I know who I want.
That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. Australia is poised to pass new laws to enable a national gun buyback and tighten background checks for gun licenses in response to the country's worst mass shooting in decades at a Jewish festival last month. Danish soldiers have arrived as part of the Arctic Endurance military exercise in Greenland's Kangerlussuaq as US President Donald Trump intensified his push to wrest sovereignty over the Arctic island from fellow NATO member Denmark. Hundreds of protesters take to the streets in Atlanta to mark Dr. Martin Luther King Day and call attention to what they see as ongoing social injustices and Trump's anti-immigration crackdown. US President Donald Trump and Syrian President Ahmad al-Sharaa held a phone call where US has shown support to Syria's territorial unity, protect Kurdish rights within the Syrian state, while both expressed a shared vision for Syria, while the Gulf Cooperation Council and Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has called the move essential. Jordan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ayman Safadi held a separate phone call with Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan and Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan to discuss regional developments including the situation in Gaza and to strengthen coordination. The talk comes amid ongoing regional tensions. The UAE Ministry of Defense has denied Yemeni government claims that it operated secret prisons or stored weapons at Riyadh airport in Yemen, calling the allegations as misinformation, as the UAE claims that its forces completed a full and public withdrawal from Yemen on January 2nd of this year. According to Kabul police, at least 7 people were killed and more than a dozen wounded in a suicide bombing. Taiwan aims to build a democratic high-tech supply chain with the United States and form a strategic AI partnership under the new tariffs deal it sealed with Washington last week, according to Taiwan's Vice Premier Chang Li-chun. There will be no Turkish or Qatari soldiers in post-war Gaza, reaffirming Israel's strong objection to the makeup of US-backed advisory panel for the region. Netanyahu's comments came after the White House announced Board of Peace Executive Board, which Netanyahu has criticized for including Turkish and Qatari officials. The Israeli government has instructed its foreign minister to raise the issue with U.S. Secretary of State. Let's listen into what Netanyahu has shared.
שלב ב' אומר דבר אחד פשוט, החמאס יפורק מנשקו ועזה תפורז. אנחנו דבקים או בדרך הקשה. כן, ואני רוצה להדגיש עוד משהו. חיילים טורקיים וחיילים קטרים לא יהיו ברצועה. עם ידידינו בארצות הברית על הרכב מועצת היועצים, כך קוראים לזה, מועצת היועצים, שתלווה את התהליכים בעזה.
Now for this discussion, we welcome Professor Rohan Gunratna. He's an international affairs expert, joins us live from Singapore. Thank you very much, Professor, for and Turkey for joining this piece of board.
Asuma, the main allegation made by Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel Israel attacked the Hamas safe house also in Doha, but the Israelis are now claiming that Hamas is being hosted by Turkey, and these are the two principal reasons Israel believes in Gaza now, what you call the International Stabilization Force, to maintain peace. So Israel believes that Qatar and Turkey has a very close relationship with Hamas, and I believe that this has caused a huge debate.
How do you analyze the current alignment between U.S. and Israel? Don't you think there's a lot of disagreements between them for now?
Yes, they are very close to each other. In fact, Israel is America's closest ally in the Middle East. But at the same time, there are a number of issues that have emerged. Turkish troops as a part of the International Stabilization Force in Gaza.
Right. And do you think that, this will still be effective for long term, this board of peace, even though there's so many disagreements, and even we saw claims that some of the European countries who were invited to join have raised a concern.
From phase 1 of the Gaza peace plan to phase 2, which is the release of the hostages, both deceased and living, which is now complete with the exception of one hostage. So phase 2 has now just started, which is the establishment of the International Stabilization Force, and of course the Board of Peace that President Trump will chair. But there are many disagreements in Europe about the Middle East is inevitable because the Middle Easterners are tired of being associated with terrorism. And I think that because of the public desire to have a stable Middle East, this peace process will go through, but there will always be.
Right. So what do you think should be done for long term if, it's kind of hazy, the effectiveness of this board, and even the Middle East, peace in Middle East sounds so alien for now?
One is that the Arab countries and other governments should never regard Hamas as a legitimate cause, but to call Hamas that mounted a brutal attack October 7, 2023, a resistance group, is wrong. Second is that there must be a sustained peace process, and meaning there shouldn't be favoritism when it comes to quick short-term political gain. It should be a security-first approach, including Hamas, which is the Palestinian branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, should be dismantled. I think the US has already designated 3 branches of the Brotherhood. It should persist and it should expand. And of course, the third is very important. That is, the leaders should meet more frequently, President Trump, Netanyahu, European leaders, and of course the leaders of the Middle East, so that peace can be restored and Middle East can be turned out into a...
Stay with us as we come back to you for a later discussion as well. Now we move the focus on to Australia. Australia is set to pass new gun laws in response to the country's worst mass shooting in decades at a Jewish festival last month. The House of Representatives has approved the bill 96 to 45 votes, and it is expected to pass the Senate with Green support. The measures include the largest national gun buyback since the 1996 Port Arthur massacre and carried hate in their hearts and guns in their hands, underlying the urgency of these reforms. Let's listen into what Minister for Homeland Affairs has shared.
The terrorists who killed 15 people on that horrible day had hate in their hearts and guns in their hands. The tragic events at Bondi demand a comprehensive response from government. As a government, we must the attackers used to devastate so many lives. This bill delivers on the government's commitment to address the methods of that attack. The sheer number of firearms currently circulating within the Australian community is unsustainable. Research last year highlights over 2,000 firearms are stolen or diverted to the illicit market every year. That's roughly one firearm every 4 hours.
Now for this discussion, we welcome retired Major General A.K. Siwachi. He's a geostrategic expert, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Major General, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now looking at this, how might the scale of proposed gun buyback, even though very expensive for the Australian government, how do you think this will be shaping?
One thing is very clear. The laws in Australia are to some extent liberal. And that is why you find that this massacre has taken place, the terrorist action which took place in December last year. They had a law which they made stick after Port Arthur, episode which had taken place in 1996. Certain laws were framed, and they thought that possibly the were much more stricter, because what is happening is there is a gun lobby which functions. Remember, same problem is being faced by the US, and irrespective whether Republican comes or Democrats on the government of the day, that they do not able to make a very strict law. When it comes to Australia, now the government has realized that enough is enough. They need to make a strict laws. Sixfold. One is that there will be much more stricter check, and intelligence agencies will carry out a background check before the license can be issued to an individual of activity doing it. And the third very important is a large, you can say, those sophisticated weapons, also weapons which have got a belt type of magazine policy by the government. In the sense, if the weapons someone want to sell it back, the government should be ready to buy back, so that you are trying to build a multi-pronged strategy. One, that intelligence agencies must carry out a background and buyback policy of the government, which will also make a difference. So overall, a multi-pronged strategy has been developed in Australia to Australia, and this is a cause of concern for the present government.
Right. Can you, Major General, can you highlight, how important it is most strict gun laws? But of course, in 40 years, 50 years, I don't recall how long was that last, how effective those gun laws were. So what do you think, how important is it for government to stay alert on these things?
Very correct. See, as far as Australia place massacre, where 35 people were killed, they made laws very strict. But there are lacunas in that. And why they found lacunas is that this Bondi beach attack which took place, were not keeping him under surveillance. So the laws have to be in such a manner they are as per the present ground reality. They have to be strict now. What I said is the commercial angle come. You compare it what happens in US. What is happening in US is that every day there is some or the other casualty taken, because they are the one which fund the elections of whether it is a Republican or Democrat. They are not able to change. So there are commercial angle which also come into play. The countries have come about that. Remember, incidents take place the way it has taken place in Australia. So therefore the point today is, in present scenario, you have to make laws which are suiting to the present condition and environment. And they are now making a buyback policy. In case if someone want to sell it, the government should able to take that weapon.
Right. With that, I would like to thank retired Major General A.K. Siwaji for joining us. And government and Kurdish forces, after days of fighting that must be implemented swiftly, including the full integration of Turkish fighters into Syria's armed forces. Erdogan has added that Turkey would not allow any attempts to sabotage now over. Erdogan has praised the Syrian government and stated that it was a very meticulous operation in the country's northeast, and Turkey's government would continue to work towards its goal of linked with Kurdish forces in Syria. Let's listen into what Recep Tayyip Erdogan has shared.
Kuzeyini işgal altında tutan silahlı unsurların provokasyonlarına rağmen özenle kaçınmıştır. Suriye hükümeti müzakereyi önceleyen politikasıyla tahriklere açık bir sorunu olabilecek en az hasarla çözüme kavuşturmuştur. Tüm bunların
Now for this discussion, we welcome back Professor Rohan Gunratna. He's an international affairs expert, joins us live from Singapore. Thank you very much, Professor, for staying with us. Now looking at this, what are these?
Has consolidated his power in the Christian areas, in the Shia areas called Christian areas, in the Shia areas called the Alawite areas, and of course where the distant provinces of Syria areas, and of course where the distant provinces of Syria to take control of the Kurdish territory. The Kurdish territory was governed by an organization that was led by Kurdish, especially the gas and oil fields and also the water dams. It is in this area that there were two prisons, and these prisons host nearly 50,000 Islamic State or ISIS fighters. But what is important to understand is that this is the single largest concentration of Islamic State fighters in any prison and terrorists. So it is going to be a very huge threat. Turkey's support and control in Syria. So that is why Erdogan issued that statement in support of Ahmad al-Shara. What is important is for there to be a good relationship between the Syrian, certainly that Kurdish region, and also the adjacent two provinces will become the fertile ground for the re-emergence of ISIS or the Islamic.
Highlighting that. Can you tell us once again, how important is it for Turkish and Syrian forces to cooperate with Kurdish fighters?
Because the northern and the ISIS, the Kurdish forces were the main vanguard in the fight and in the defeat of ISIS. But now the US has withdrawn their support in Syria, especially its north. The Ahmad al-Shara should build a good relationship with the minorities, with the Christians, with the scene from the Kurdish region is very disturbing. Many monuments of the Kurdish people have been the breakout from these two prisons. So I hope that governments and these entities in Syria will work together for the Middle East and the rest of the world.
So can you tell us why exactly did if we know about this, but
US has historically supported Kurdish forces to fight against ISIS, which was the biggest threat. But today Ahmad al-Shara is the biggest threat. But today Ahmad al-Shara, the president US has decided to support the Syrian government, which is a bigger entity and is more strategic today than in the past. So greater than in the past. So greater importance for the United States to work. Importance for the United States to work with Damascus, rather than to work with the Kurdish, forces in the north and the northeastern Syria.
Now we move on to Greenland. The Greenlanders are speaking out, urging U.S. President. Greenlanders are speaking out, urging U.S. President Donald Trump to stay away as he intensifies his push to take control of their island. Many locals have said that they live peacefully and do not need outside interference. Meanwhile, there is a strong opposition to Trump's plan, with residents stating that Greenland is not for sale. However, the island's sovereignty is under scrutiny as global attention grows and former president advisor Trump advisor Gary Cohn has stated that Greenland will remain under its current ownership. As tensions rise, residents are increasingly concerned about threats to their independence. Let's listen in.
Væk. Fordi vi lever fredeligt her, uden at være bekymret. Og det er for vores børns fremtid også. Så jeg har det fint uden ham.
Og jeg bor her i Grønland, og Grønland er ikke til salg. Og det der Trump, han siger noget, det er trusler. Det synes jeg er meget dårligt. Hvis vi nu tror ham, Bidufik Tulle Abbas, han har den deroppe, det skal man være glad for.
I'm thinking about that the friends between us Greenlandic people and American people, that we can trust our politicians, that they are doing their best for our, not only for our country, but for its people also. So that we trust our politicians, they will handle it well, very well, I think. No, I'm not frightened because I believe Europe, that we stand together and they have our back.
Now we move the focus on to U.S. At least 9 people were injured in a massive pileup on Michigan's Interstate 196. Over 100 vehicles, including more than 30 semi-trailers, were involved as whiteout conditions caused chaos. Authorities have closed both directions of the highway near Grand Rapids, while
the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law.
Hello and welcome, I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. The country's worst mass shooting in decades at a Jewish festival last month. Danish soldiers have arrived as part of the Arctic Endurance Military Expo member Denmark. Hundreds of protesters take to the streets in Atlanta to march at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Meeting was held between Oman's economy minister, Dr. Oman could boost mutual growth and called for stock exchanges and regulators to explore cooperation. US President Donald Trump has shared vision for Syria, while the Gulf Cooperation Council and Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has called the move essential. To discuss regional developments including the situation in Gaza and to strengthen coordination, the talk comes amid ongoing regional tensions. as misinformation, as the UAE claims that its forces completed a full and public withdrawal from Yemen on January 2nd of this year. According to Afghans, while the Afghan branch of Islamic State claimed responsibility. Now for this hour, we start with US and NATO to meet with various parties at this week's World Economic Forum in Davos, although he did not specify who would attend. In a post on Truth Social, Trump Rutte, by posting a screenshot of a conversation about Trump's involvement in Syria, Gaza and Ukraine, Rutte has further affirmed to find a way forward on the ongoing tensions with regards to Greenland. Major General, for joining us once again.
Thank you, Asuma. Thank you. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Now, looking at this, what could have led President Trump to kind of have soft tone, and where does Mark Rutte exactly stand, and what do you think his strategy was to assure that President Trump and him as a head of NATO doesn't?
In the instant case, Syria definitely is a departure of violence that it has witnessed in the past. Also, at the same time, the NATO chief has realized that it's no point actually, bulldozing there or putting their foot down, which are opening up. In my take on the whole issue is that he's done a wise thing by mellowing down. And that is one of the options to calm down Donald Trump, because he's actually, Lagos Island in the Indian Ocean region. Tomorrow he will talk about something else. So I think under the circumstances, he's playing it cool and calming him down. And as a matter of, and third and most important point is that NATO is coming under excessive pressure. When NATO comes under pressure, the European Union or the Europe, all the countries are coming under pressure because of Greenland issue. The attention is getting diverted from Ukraine to Greenland now, landed up in Greenland. That is too meager a strength to counter, contain or do contestation against the USA forces. If USA has to bulldoze its way through and go in for military occupation of Greenland. So under these circumstances, when Donald Trump is asserting and flexing his muscles, showing his teeth and eyes all over, NATO chief has got very little to do but to is the Syrian initiative taken by Donald Trump, which perhaps, to the best of my understanding, has got high potential of normalizing in due course of time, subject to SDF and the Syrian army coming together, as also the initiative for peace and harmony which is underway. Because the most important thing is the Kurdish rebels. They have already been accepted as an entity in the constitution of the Syria, and to go in for demanding the autonomy and as an independent status of the Kurdish group or the clan in all the four states. Turkey, you have Syria, you have Iraq, and also you have some portions of the northern tip of Iran. So all these things put together, I feel that there is a chance of peace, even if it is not there. It's no point actually banging a head against a person like Donald Trump. Therefore, there is a change of stance of the NATO chief. Back to you, Asuma.
And then we saw Gaza, Ukraine, while preparing to attend World Economic Forum.
You see, there are two things which have happened. One is presently the World Economic Forum is in progress in Davos, and the President of France has sent a message. I suppose it's there in the Twitter or the X already, and he has said that they are on line with Donald Trump as far as Syria is concerned. They're absolutely on board, on the same page as far as Iran is concerned, but he doesn't understand as to what Donald Trump is doing in Greenland. For that, he is proposed to have a G7 meeting, imposed a very punitive tariff, 200% tariff on his wine and champagne, on the French champagne and French wine. So concurrently, the NATO chief also has given out a message like this. Simply, it may be by design or it may be just an inadvertent kind of a thing, basically to calm down Donald Trump so that the turbulence which is actually building up by the day, whether it is Europe or outside Europe, in America or Indo-Pacific or anywhere for that matter, doesn't go out of hand and it takes us from one conflict to another. The two conflicts which he promised to close down or bring them to ceasefire are nowhere close to it. International Stabilization Force in Northeast is in Middle East is not working. It's going at a slow pace. He's creating a behemothal kind of organization. 60 countries have been already invited. With 1 billion, whoever comes with $1 billion, perhaps they will be given a permanent stature. But coming to the NATO chief's remark, I personally feel it has got more to do because of the concern of NATO collapsing. NATO is falling apart. It is collapsing with USA. USA being the dominant power as our NATO ally. If it falls apart, then NATO will cease to exist, and therefore they have to fend for themselves against any kind of threat which is emerging. That is the biggest cause of worry as far as the NATO chief is concerned, and maybe from that perspective, he is trying to mellow down and play the cards much more deftly and in a much more subservient manner, so that he doesn't, trigger any kind of wrath coming from the NATO's requirement. Back to you, Suma.
Thank you for that deep insight, Major General Sudhakarji. Thank you very much. Now we move on to our next news. US President Donald Trump has slammed the United Kingdom's plan to cede sovereignty of the Diego Garcia Island in the Chagos archipelago to Mauritius. Trump has called it an act of great stupidity, stating that it demonstrates total weakness. This comes after a deal was signed last year, allowing the UK to transfer sovereignty to Mauritius while retaining control of the strategic US-UK airbase in Diego Garcia under a 99-year lease. Trump has further linked to the move to his continuing call to acquire Greenland, citing national security reasons. Now for this discussion, we welcome Dr. Gilbert commenting on this. Isn't this a matter of Mauritius and UK and this Diego Garcia Islands, not US's place to comment?
Well, it is the United States' place to comment because the military base on Diego Garcia is shared between the United States and the UK. So the United States is definitely an interested party. Or stupid, which he's probably wanted to do for a long time. But he's done it. The British, the nose of the British public is out of joint. They are very upset. The special relationship that Starmer has maintained to be ongoing with Trump and with the United States has been shown to be shallow and erroneous to his planned takeover of Greenland. However, there is elements in this whole question which really do not serve Trump's purpose, and I'll be specific because they are of great interest to your audience in India and to the other islands in the Indian Ocean, most particularly Seychelles, which has followed very closely all the attempts by the Indians, by the Chinese, and others to make was created. It was created by the removal of all of the island inhabitants, and that is something that people in Greenland should look upon with enormous alarm. The United States, UK establishment of that base was, if you'd say, my goodness, that's our future. We'll all be shifted to Alaska.
Right. So how exactly, or what exactly is this importance of this island?
So it is clearly any major power that wants to have a dominant position in Africa, it is a very convenient place to be. No question about that. Now, the argument that the British would make, and this was obviously persuasive in May 2025, when the Americans did not disagree with what the British were doing, they transferred ownership of Diego Garcia, what it means to have a lease versus what it means to own a property. Let's face it, a 99-year lease may have been good for Hong Kong, but it doesn't always work. The Russians had a 40-year lease on Sevastopol. These bases that are on islands or other properties that are not owned by the force that has the base. The 99-year lease could be cancelled. They have a new government in Mauritius, which is the UK and the United States handled the natives of the island, something which I tell you was very closely watched in Seychelles when I visited them 3 years ago and spoke to local political figures. They were following very closely all of the effort.
Indians over there as well?
Oh, India has been very active for logical reasons. This is, after all, the Indian sphere of influence in the world. And so they follow very closely, particularly efforts by the Chinese to move into that territory by special relationships. In the case of Seychelles, for example, almost the entire income, aside from tourism, comes from tuna fishing and other fishing. And the actual land territory of the island chain is very small, but it's the waters that it controls under.
Next discussion as well. Now we move the focus onto Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine's Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha has called for an urgent support for Ukraine, including the air defense and sanctions to put pressure on Russia, and said that Moscow's latest barbaric strike was a wake-up call for the world leaders who are gathering in Davos. Sybiha has added that Ukraine needs urgent additional energy assistance, air defense and interceptors, as well as sanctions. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Dr. O. He's joining us from Brussels. Thank you very much, Doctor, for staying with us. Now looking at this, how do you see Ukraine and Russia's war or the negotiations for it and mediating efforts by U.S. being affected by the current dispute over?
Well, as I have been saying for some time, at variance with what most people are saying, my peers are saying in the alternative media, not to mention mainstream, Donald Trump is not stupid, and nor is he flailing wildly in areas that are unrelated, have no interest to U.S. policy. The United States, by Ukraine, has fallen by the wayside, not just because what Donald Trump is doing is so striking, and so, but because it's so threatening to Europe's sense of self-worth and geopolitical weight. Europeans, other than a very few countries, have nothing else on their plate right now as they go to Davos, but to talk about Greenland. They couldn't care less about Ukraine, particularly considering that the Europeans will be utterly unable to pursue defense of Ukraine if NATO dissolves. They'll be too busy worrying about their own immediate defense, which is utterly inadequate in face of the rather angry Russia that they have made their enemy by constantly poking it in the eye. So Greenland disappears entirely from the European, I'm sorry, not Greenland, Ukraine disappears entirely from the European agenda. And this is why the foreign minister of Ukraine is trying at the top of his lungs to get attention. However, to call the attacks on Ukraine barbaric is utterly irresponsible and does not reflect the facts. If the Russians did what they could do, which is to level any one of these cities to the ground, then you could say power generating centers and Ukrainian arms manufacturing centers, and not the population at large. That's why these barbaric attacks yield deaths, victims of a few people, tens, some day by day, not even 10, which is absolutely nothing in terms of the level of warfare otherwise going on between Russia and Ukraine.
Right. So how do you analyze, is U.S. still interested in mediating between Russia and Ukraine? Do you think if U.S. it doesn't pursue this as much as it was doing last year, do you think this will maybe push European countries, even some of the European countries who are opposing the idea of directly talking with Russia, into talking with Russia directly?
Well, that's exactly what's happening. As I find reading this morning's News Digest, Macron came out yesterday suggesting that Putin be invited to the next meeting of G7. Now, the Russians are not enthusiastic about the G7. This group met privately, agreed on what they would do, and then invited in the Russians, who found themselves 1 against 7, which was an inconvenient and unpleasant experience. However, I think in the new G8, which is what it would become, Russia would be on the side of the United States against the other 6, a completely different configuration of the G8. Therefore, I think reluctantly, if they appreciate it the way I have just described, Mr. Putin will join the G7, which he otherwise expressed little interest in joining. The situation in the globe is evolving in front of our eyes in predictable ways. It's not chaos. The question is, do you like it or not like it? That's a separate question.
Right. And lastly, can you briefly tell us, so what now? What cards can Ukraine play as we approach the 4th year of war?
Well, Mr. Trump, in his first meeting in the Oval Office with Zelensky, said you have no cards. And that situation has not changed. They have even more negative situation today. Now they continue to lose territory in the Donbass. The notion that the Russians presented that we will sit and negotiate after you withdraw your troops or begin withdrawing your troops from Donbass, that is almost an irrelevancy, because like it or not, the Ukrainians are withdrawing whatever is left of their troops after they are mauled by Russian attackers. The Russians are closing in on critical remaining defensive points in the Donbass, and this is Kramatorsk and Slavyansk, and that's it. So the end of the war with a Russian victory to the Dnieper is easily within sight, finally. I mean, almost everybody observing the war has been mistaken about the timelines, but now it's much easier to be correct in saying that we're seeing the final phase of the Russian move up the Dnieper River. The Ukrainians do not have cards to play, and the overriding fact is that Mr. Trump is not saying what he's doing. What he's doing is removing the need for any negotiations. He pretends to preside over Ukrainian-Russian peace negotiations, but this is all stage managed. It is not the real action is going on, which is the real action is Trump's efforts to destroy NATO and by the wayside.
With that, I would like to thank Dr. Oh for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout our news. Now we move the focus on to South Korea. South Korean President Lee Jae-myung has called for improvements to the country's drone detection system after a civilian drone was flown into North Korea's airspace. It has been warned by Lee that such incidents could escalate tensions and harm the economy. Meanwhile, photographs of debris and buildings allegedly captured by the drone have been displayed by North Korea. An investigation has been launched and a suspect has been questioned. However, it was stated by Lee that if a South Korean citizen is found responsible, criminal charges for provoking North Korea could be faced. The incident comes as efforts to improve relations with Pyongyang have been made by South Korea, though they have been met with resistance from the North. Let's listen into what the President of South Korea has shared.
또는 민간인이 북한 지역에 무인기 침투를 시킨다든지 이거는 있을 수 없는 일이죠. 이 전쟁 개성이나 마찬가지죠. 북한 지역에 총 쏜 거하고 똑같잖아요. 멋대로. 근데 이런 걸 어떻게 과감하게 이렇게 할 수 있는지 정말 이해가 안 됩니다. 이게 철저하게 수사해서 다시는 이런 짓들을 못하게 엄중하게 제재해야 되겠습니다. 이런 걸로 불필요하게 그 긴장이 고조되고 남북 간에 대결 분위기가 조성되면 경제에도 악영향을 미치지 않습니까? 그리고 남북 사이에 이런 신뢰가 깨지지 않도록 또 적대의 감정이 제고되지 않도록 최선으로 잘 관리하시기 바랍니다.
Now we move on to our tech news. Universal Music Group has partnered a new deal with Chinese music streaming service NetEase Cloud Music. The multi-year license agreement allows artists like Taylor Swift to stream on NetEase's platform. This new deal includes terms addressing artificial intelligence, reflecting both companies' commitment to responsible AI practices that protect music and artists. According to the reports, the terms of the deal will remain confidential. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Trending Tech on NewsX World, where we bring you the latest tech breakthroughs and trends from around the world. Financial markets are evolving faster than ever, driven by AI, automation, and high-frequency trading. Bitcoin and Ethereum EFTs are bringing crypto into the mainstream, attracting billions from institutional investors. But questions remain. Is it a legitimate asset or just speculation? Machines now make most major trading decisions, executing thousands of trades per second, shaping prices in ways humans can't. Liquidity providers and market-neutral strategies promise stability, yet flash crashes and volatility persist. Regulators are racing to build and keep up, but innovation moves faster as AI and quantum tech reshape finance. Viewers ask, who really controls the markets? People, algorithms, or power? To talk about this, and joining us now is Josh Bubar, the managing partner and COO of Velox Trading Group, where he is shaping the future of digital asset investing and high-frequency trading. Under his leadership, neutral digital asset funds. Josh has built and scaled over 40 ETFs, hedge funds and crypto products, including launching the world's first Ethereum and Bitcoin ETFs. He is recognized globally for his expertise in systemic strategies and quantitative finance, driving innovation in both traditional and digital markets. Thank you, Mr. Bubar, for joining us here on Trending Tech. It's a pleasure to have you. Right, my first question to you is from Bitcoin ETFs to AI-driven trading financial markets. They're now faster, more automated, and more complex than ever. Yet most everyday investors still don't understand how these systems really work. Are modern financial markets becoming smarter?
Consider is buying and selling. How simple can they go and transact on the current market value they see on the screen? So although that's true, financial markets might be becoming more complex as time goes on, really they're becoming more liquid and significantly more competition. In reality, it's good for everyone. So I would say less about are they becoming more dangerous and more is complexity creating more competition. Markets being more competitive is good for all investors. So really they want to be able to buy and sell and express a view of what they see on screen at the price they're seeing. I think those factors such as new investment products on top of automated systems, I think that creates a more natural flow into the market making things significantly simpler for investors to buy and sell today.
And of course, with Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs now approved and attracting billions in institutional money, crypto has moved speculation.
Yeah, the crypto markets are interesting. I mean, I've been involved in them in over a decade. There's always speculation on, are they legitimate? Is it an asset class? Is it not? I think if in terms of what defines legitimacy as adoption and market activity, I mean, over a $3 trillion market cap of the asset class in US dollars, along with 2 to 3 trillion of open interest in the derivatives market. You have multiple large institutional players, even GSIB banks that are now entering the space to participate not only in trading, but around tokenization, stable coins, real world assets. I think we're at the point of well past speculation to this extent, and maybe not in
shaping prices faster than any human trader ever could. Does high frequency trading make markets more efficient, or does it give an unfair advantage to those with the fastest machines?
I think that will really depend on who you decide to ask. For larger players, as far as they're concerned, they'll get adverse pricing on much larger orders. That tends to be who usually is really wondering, hey, am I going to get a really poor trade for my client? And that's really important to them. They can happen though, however, a lot of these large orderly manner, cheaper for their clients, which ultimately is the entire antithesis of why a market is there. You want to have a really good fill where a buyer meets a seller. For the retail, it's definitely a net benefit in my view. More activity in the market makes trading significantly more efficient for the retail because there's significantly more competition to compete for that order. They end up benefiting at scale and all this competition, even if there's a lot of negativity in the media and the press against them. So,
whether markets rise or fall, even during crises, in an age of global uncertainty, is risk-free investing realistic or just smart marketing?
Well, in terms of risk-free, look, there's really no free lunch. There is risk involved, even in very risk-adverse instruments. There's risk everywhere. That's how you make a profit. Market-neutral strategies are no exception to that rule. So for strategies such as like ours, what we focus on, software and counterparty risk as opposed to price-free instruments, we would call them, such as U.S. Treasury bills. Although it's an extremely small risk, there is still some risk embedded in the back end of an economy, in this case, the U.S. economy. So I would say with more global uncertainty persisting, a lot of these instruments may have relatively a higher risk than they did before, but realistically, true risk-free investments are very, very low. Market-neutral strategies, though, instead, they're really focused on swapping a different set of risks for another set of risks. So not taking market risk and price risk, but instead focused on taking software risk and counterparty risk.
And liquidity providers are supposed to stabilize markets, yet flash crashes still happen in both crypto and traditional finance. Are liquidity providers protecting markets or profiting from volatility?
Yeah, liquidity providers, look, they're there until they're not. Generally speaking, they're going to be there at almost all times, but flash crashes, I think, are negatively blamed a lot of the times on liquidity providers. Realistically, that can happen for a very wide factor of reasons. Crashes in volatility more than they don't. If so, I would say probably no. However, they're certainly by design going to profit off of the volatility because volatility enhances volume, which enhances mispricings, which is really the main focus of their business, is to profit off of the orders, but they want more people to cross the spread. So at the margin, I think they're probably more of a net benefit than a net adversary in that case, but they're certainly in volatile situations. They're going to profit off of those opportunities. The real question is whether are they contributing to the creation or not.
And
yeah, in my view, look, responsible regulation is a good thing. I think at scale, most different economies and jurisdictions are looking to see crypto more regulated. What's going to happen is more regulation makes easier participation. More participation in the industry is what everyone in crypto really is looking for. They want more people to use the products. But that said, crypto is also very, very unique, where capital is incredibly mobile. And moving money into new products, regardless of their geography, is really only a few clicks away. So do I think it's good? Yes, I think it's great. Do I think it's going to try to slow things down? Yes. However, I think it's going to be very difficult for the most innovative areas of crypto.
And most major trading decisions today are made by algorithms, not people. Should machines be trusted with the world's money?
Well, I would say the machines still have humans that have made. I think that really changes when trading starts to occur with no human input whatsoever. And I'm sure that's going to happen to a degree. I'm sure that happens somewhat today. I just don't think we're there as of yet. That's a question to definitely revisit in 4 or 5 years when a lot of large language models are now powering trades completely autonomously. For the time being,
automation and quantum computing are set to reshape finance once again. Will future markets be more fair or more opaque?
I think if technology is going to enable for everybody, I think the real question is when these people are trading, if it's recognized within the order book, meaning everyone can see that they're trading all in the same venue in the same place, or is it going to be elsewhere? Way, but more everyone comes to the same venue, the same marketplace to participate. I think that's going to make things actually more transparent. It's going to make things actually more fair. If it's going to be off of exchanges in different markets we call dark markets.
Scale and enormous influence. Who really controls the future of the financial system? People, algorithms, or power?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think today, ultimately, humans still control the contract, the cryptocurrency. Down the road, if that changes and machines are now making the decision, again, in the world of large language models, if they're making decisions completely on their own, I'm sure that's going to happen. Algorithms are then going to input and design that goes into the decisions being made. I think that's going to dramatically change in 5 years. And again, quite excited to see how that's going to look.
On this episode. For more tech updates and innovations, stay tuned on NewsX World.
Democracy to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
You have a role there. You have a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war
dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners. European partners are our Asian partners.
On finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian law and human
something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together, and we take stock, and it's
independent.
Independent.
We will not start a war against Greenland.
NewsX World, I'm Kriti Mehta. Now, in the world of geopolitics, we've seen alliances built on history. Buy-in. On January 18, reports surfaced of a draft charter for admission that has the world gasping. According to a draft of the charter per 3-year terms, subject to the renewal and the whim of the chairman of the chairman himself. The Board of Peace is designed to be the ultimate overseer for post-war Gaza. The Trump administration argues that this cash injection is necessary to bypass the administrative bloat of the United Nations. Diplomats are already calling it a mini United Nations or Trump's United Nations. Let's break down the impact. First, the financial barrier. By setting a $1 billion price tag, the board effectively creates a two-tiered diplomatic system. Wealthy nations purchase permanency and veto-like influence, while developing nations remain at the mercy of renewable terms. Second, the erosion of the UN diplomatic sources told modern diplomacy that his board poses an existential threat to the United Nations Security Council. By creating a parallel power structure in the US leadership, Trump is signaling that the era of traditional multilateralism may be over. And the world is responding with a mix of enthusiasm and extreme caution. Hungary's Viktor Orban and Argentina's Javier Milei were among the first to accept Trump's invitation. Milei called it an honor, while Vietnam has also officially accepted the invitation. Canada has agreed in principle, with Prime Minister Mark Carney joining the board. However, according to reports, Ottawa is still scrutinizing the financing details. In New Delhi, the stakes are high. US Ambassador Sergio Gore has personally handed over India's invitation to the Prime Minister. While the Modi government has remained silent officially, sources suggest New Delhi is weighing the strategic benefit of a permanent seat against the precedent of pay-to-play diplomacy. Pakistan, Jordan and Greece are also on the invite list. However, not everyone, which includes Turkey and Qatar, were not coordinated with Israel and runs contrary to their opponents. Critics at the UN are even blunter. Some experts have likened the structure to a colonial approach where foreign territories are managed. So what's next? All eyes turn to the World Economic Forum in Davos this week, where the official list of a board of members is expected to be closest allies. The Gaza Board of Peace is more than a reconstruction plan. It is a test case. Greater depth. I'm joined in now by Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev, who's former diplomat and joins us from New Delhi. Ambassador, thank you very much for joining me in this discussion. Let's think conflict resolution in their own spheres of influence.
Thank you, Kirti. Indeed, you raised points to be fleshed out of Mr. Trump, and till it acquires a critical mass. If it doesn't acquire a critical mass, he is happy to bury it quiet. Law after the Second World War was based on equality of all nations in a decouple against the hegemonistic and more powerful countries. And it has reasonably had somewhat whimsical approach to international law. Indeed, in a CNN interview, I think last year, he is not too concerned about and morality under the international law. With a self-confessed narcissist like that, it is difficult decide to maximize his own contribution, as he tried to do in India-Pakistan spat in June. To contribute is for him to decide where to invest, how to invest. And remember, he's a real estate magnate whose first love would be rather skeptical about this approach taking root. Self-serving and predictable pro-Trump personalities would certainly, mainly they have not invited Russia, apparently, or China. So with these two powers staying out, I don't know how the system is supposed to work.
Anyway, I would now like to move on to my next question to you. Critics are also calling this board a parallel UN that bypasses the Security Council. How can a diplomat justify the $1 billion fee for a seat in a new US-led world order?
This remains to be answered by the organizers of this particular device. Reply to your first question is that yes, war or Iran versus Israel and United States, difficulties, Sudan war, and the rest. That's for everyone to see. But instead of reforming and modernizing the post-Second World War setup, it creating a parallel sort of world order where too few powers decided the fate of smaller countries in the world and decided who the heroes and who the villains of international order was. So I believe it will be difficult for taxpayers to be persuaded that $1 billion just like that can be given in, except for countries which are petrol-rich and have money to spare. But democracies, be it his national security strategy, be it sanctions of 50% on India, etc., and I would be very surprised if New Delhi decides that giving $1 billion to such a person's personal kitty, so as to say, would be a good idea.
Sure. And Ambassador, unlike the UN or the World Bank, the Board of Peace is structured by the state to withdraw their funds if the board's actions contradict their national interests or international law.
Very good question, Kriti, but I don't have the answers. I think
This life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform.
Passed new laws to enable a national gun buyback and tighten background checks for gun licenses in response to the country's worst mass shooting in decades at a Jewish festival last month. Danish soldiers have arrived as part of the Arctic Endurance military exercise in Greenland's Kangerlussuaq, as US President Donald Trump intensified his push to wrest sovereignty over the Arctic island from fellow NATO member Denmark. Hundreds of protesters take to the streets in Atlanta to mark Dr. Martin Luther King's Day and call attention to what they see as ongoing social injustices and Trump's anti-immigrant crackdown. At the World Economic Forum in Davos, a meeting was held between Oman's economy minister Dr. Said Mohammed Al-Sakri and Hong Kong's Financial Secretary Paul Chan-mo-po. They have said financial market connectivity between Hong Kong and Oman could boost mutual growth and called for stock exchanges and regulators to explore cooperation. US President Donald Trump and Syrian President Ahmad al-Sharaa held a phone call where US has shown support to Syria's territorial unity, protect Kurdish rights within the Syrian state, while both expressed a shared vision for Syria, while the Gulf Cooperation Council and Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan called the move essential. Jordan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ayman Safadi has held separate phone calls with Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan and Turkish Foreign Minister The UAE's Ministry of Defense has denied Yemeni government claims that it operated secret prisons or stored weapons at Riyadh airport in Yemen, calling the allegations as misinformation, as the UAE claims that its forces completed a full and public withdrawal from Yemen on January 2nd of this year. According to Kabul's police, at least 7 people were killed and more than a dozen wounded in a suicide bomb attack at a Chinese restaurant in Kabul, with police confirming the dead included 1 Chinese national and 6 Afghans, while the Afghan branch of Islamic State claimed responsibility. Now we start, as there will be a solution to be found. Besant has also said that he is confident that the leaders will not escalate and will work out in a manner that ends up in a very good place for all. Let's listen into what Besant has said.
I just want to say this is a false narrative that there is no talk in European governments. This was a report written by Deutsche Bank that this could happen. The media has latched onto this. I think it is a completely false narrative. The market in the world are the best G7 performing bond market, and we had the best performance since 2020. It is the most liquid market. It is the basis for all financial transactions, and I am sure that the European governments will continue holding it. And as I said, I think everyone needs to take a deep breath, do not listen to the media, who are hysterical, just like they were, just like you all were. Let's just go back to what happened after April 2nd, hysteria. And what happened? We had the fastest stock market recovery in history. So I think these false narratives ignoring the media.
And so just to follow into that, so you do not believe that the EU or the UK have any retaliatory financial instruments or measures in their bag that the United States should be worried about?
No.
Now for this discussion, we welcome Ms. Alison Mutler. She's a former AP Bureau Chief in Romania, joins us live from Bucharest. Thank you very much, Ms. Mutler, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now looking at this, thank you. Now looking at this, how do you analyze, that is this actually really, they're thinking to buy Greenland and they think this is the best solution?
I think what's happened is that Scott Bessent, he's in Davos at the moment with a meeting of world leaders, movers and shakers, important people, business people, financial people. I think he's been sent to pour oil on the troubled waters to calm down the situation, to take things down a notch, because Donald Trump has been saying some pretty unprecedented things about acquiring Greenland, about imposing tariffs on European countries that don't accept his bid to acquire Greenland. But the bottom of the statements and rattles the markets. Scott Bessent, who's the US State Treasury, is trying to be the voice of calm, the voice of reason, and of course doing a typical Trump thing, blaming the media. But the media just reports what the US president and others say. But he is coming forward as like, we'll be okay in the end. It's not in nobody's interest. So he's trying to.
Today heard from NATO's leader, Mark Rutte. He seemed to have a softer tone and saying that, you know, he had more, how do I say, he said him and Trump held a phone call, and then Trump said it was a good conversation. So how do you analyze what role does NATO chief play in this?
NATO chief Mark Rutte actually plays quite an important role. He himself, he's Dutch. When the issue of the United States needing is NATO so weak, and in the end he did say something, but he is trying to preserve his good personal relationship with Donald Trump and also playing the part of a mediator and a pacifier. He does not want you know, he's the head of NATO. He doesn't want an intra-NATO conflict, rivalries. It doesn't help NATO. So his job is to keep the ship steady, if you like, and to preserve his good relationship with Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump appreciates the fact that he doesn't come out and make harsh statements like perhaps Emmanuel Macron or other presidents, which they're absolutely entitled to do, and they should do. But Rutte is the head of a big defensive military alliance, and his role is to keep that military defense alliance, NATO, which has guaranteed peace in Europe for 80 years, to keep it together. And at this moment, this means having a good, solid, non-volatile relationship with the President of the United States.
Right. And what cards can NATO technically play here? And also the fact that, you know, World Economic Forum is ongoing, and they're all, a lot of leaders, Western leaders are there. Are they trying to keep peace because right now they have this World Economic Forum that's ongoing?
I think they want to project a message of stability, of cooperation to acquire Greenland. But I think there'll be a lot of discussions going on behind the scenes. I'm sure Scott Bessent has an important role to play. He knows the president's mind. He knows what the president wants. And he probably has some idea, perhaps, you know, what Europe can do. And European leaders will also be discussing behind the scenes. So I think there'll be a lot of discussions we won't necessarily find out about some kind of solution to this issue of Greenland. Because Donald Trump says some very provocative things. It's not the first time about China and Russia being about to sort of grab Greenland, which is not true. But obviously in the long term, that could be a possibility. So I think Davos will be a time, I think it's not in the US or European or any of NATO members' interest to have frictions and to risk pulling the alliance apart, which I think nobody really wants.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mutler, for sharing that. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving to Ukraine and Russia, power has been restored to 160,000 households in Kyiv after widespread outages caused by Russian airstrikes. However, the emergency crews have worked tirelessly in freezing temperatures to repair the damage. Kyiv's mayor Vitaly Klitschko has condemned Russia's barbaric attacks, which have left residents without power and warmth in the city's coldest winter in years. Despite the restoration, the repair work is ongoing, and authorities have urged people to limit electricity use to avoid further strain on the grid. However, the energy crisis that have been worsened by Russian strikes continues to disrupt daily life in Ukraine's capital. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Ms. Alison Mutler. She's a former AP Bureau Chief in Romania, joins us live from Bucharest. Thank you very much, Ms. Mutler, for staying with us. As you know, you were highlighting and we were talking about how European leaders are trying to see what they can do right now and show a unified front. What about towards Ukraine and Russia right now? What's their stance? How aligned are they, and what can European leaders do?
Well, generally speaking, European leaders, NATO members, most of which are NATO members, but not entirely, are allied on Russia. There are some exceptions like Hungary and Slovakia, which are much more Russia-friendly. But if you like the more powerful economically and politically nations like France, like Germany, and also like Italy and the UK, which is not in the EU, but it is in NATO and an important member of NATO, and it has an important transatlantic alliance with the United States. They are behind Ukraine. They support Ukraine. Their eye has been taken off the ball with all this fiasco over Greenland at the moment. But they will want, again, behind the scenes to be, and publicly as well, offer their support, and that is politically but also militarily, to Ukraine, and that now is the war is about to enter, I think it's fifth year now, fourth year, and they see Ukraine as defending Europe from possible Russian expansion, and Ukraine is having a horrible winter with all these strikes on energy infrastructure, which it's been a very, very cold winter in this part of Europe, and it's like -14, I think, today. So these people without water, without heat, and that obviously damages morale, and it wears people down, and that is Russia's aim, and European leaders are trying to counter that.
And do you think U.S. is still interested in mediating between Russia and Ukraine? And do you think European leaders are becoming, I don't know, in peace or open to the idea of talking directly with Russia because of, like you said, Greenland fiasco?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think I read the other day that the European Union wanted to appoint somebody who would actually negotiate or discuss directly with the Kremlin. So yes, I mean, I think, United States, Donald Trump did have rounds and rounds of talks over many, many months, and they proved very difficult, intractable. It wasn't even Gaza was easier. The Middle East was easier for Donald Trump. So I think he got a bit, I don't want to say bored with that, but he found the problem too difficult to solve. He said what he had to say, and then he's turned his eye to Greenland, to Venezuela, to other issues. So at the moment, the Ukraine file, as they say, the Ukraine-Russia conflict is really not high on his radar, but for Europe, it is. It's just not been in the headlines as much, apart from today with these terrible strikes on Kiev and elsewhere in Ukraine. It's not been on the headlines because we've had new stories emerging with Greenland, but Europe does seem to be moving towards direct negotiations with Moscow, and meanwhile Russia is staging relentless attacks on Ukraine in the middle of winter. So Russia does not seem at this point at all prepared to make any concessions.
And lastly, some of our guests have said that U.S. is strategically doing all this to dismantle NATO, but some of our guests on the other hand have said that no, U.S. is doing this so that NATO countries will be alert about the strategic importance of Greenland. What do you think is U.S.'s strategy?
Hard to say. Donald Trump does, his modus operandi is one of surprise, as we saw in Venezuela. As Scott Bessent said, everybody calm down. It's possible he is trying to, and this would be best case scenario for the Western Alliance, it's possible he's trying to to make NATO aware of its strategic importance and come to some solution with European nations, which is what Bessent suggested today. Or it is possible he's no great fan of any international organization, be that NATO or the UN. That said, he's not a fan of leaving these organizations because that means that the US has less power. So it's not, to me, it's not entirely clear what Donald Trump wants at the moment. But if we take Scott Bessent's remarks into account today, perhaps they're trying to work, I don't know what the US wants to have play a greater role there. I don't know how they would acquire Greenland. I don't think Donald Trump wants to invade Greenland. But he definitely wants the United States to have an important stake there. Whether something can be worked out with European nations, obviously that would be in everybody's interest. Well, it wouldn't be in everybody's interest because Greenland does not want the US there. That's what the majority of the residents say. And Denmark does not want to cede power. But, things do change, and they might have to for the sake of greater stability and peace.
With that, I would like to thank Ms. Alison Nuttler for joining us from Bucharest and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Now we move on to Middle East. According to reports, Israeli bulldozers began demolishing structures at the headquarters of the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA, in East Jerusalem. The Israeli Foreign Ministry has defended the demolition, saying that UNRWA operations had already ceased at the site, with no UN personnel or activities remaining. The ministry has also emphasized that the seizure of the compound was in line with both Israeli and international law. Israel has long accused UNRWA of providing cover for Hamas militants, alleging that some of its employees were involved in the October 7, 2023 attack on Israel, which triggered the ongoing war in Gaza, and the allegations that UNRWA rejects. Now we move on to our next news. Negotiations between Syria's President Ahmad al-Sharaa and Mazloum Abdi, head of the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, have collapsed, a Kurdish official has told AFP. The talks held in Damascus broke down entirely, with the Kurds blaming the central government for the failure. The official has called for a firm and decisive response from the international community to address the situation and urged urgent intervention to prevent further instability. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Sol Satka. He's a political commentator, joined us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Satka, for joining us once again. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thank you. Now looking at this, can you tell us the significance of this, the talks that were supposed to take place and, initiate something better for the future of that region, but instead it has collapsed?
Well, look, the situation with the Kurds has been continuing for a century or more, since the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. And what remains of it, Turkey, has a very strict interest in ensuring that there is no Kurdish independence, because 20 to 25% of their population are Kurdish, and the Kurds, in theory, would like to have their own independent state. And if they get such a state, be that in Syria or in Iraq or in Iran, then the likelihood is that that would provide a base for which they will be able to fight against the Turkish state. Turkey, over the next 50 years, is going to be facing its primary problems in its east, where the growing Kurdish population are likely to provide a level of insurgency. So they are very interested in ensuring that the Kurds do not have any kind of independence, particularly in Syria. Lawless, broken Syria that is now controlled by al-Jilani and his regime. Now that regime is very much supported by the Turks. It's the Turks that armed them. It was the Turks that allowed them and pushed them forward to make that blitzkrieg run across the main cities of Syria slightly more than a year ago. And they are propping them up. So the real goal, as far as Turkey was concerned, was to have exactly what we're seeing now. To have those Turks was to roll the Kurds into a kind of united Syrian army. But that was never going to work. Even if there would be a temporary agreement to that effect, it would not, because they know, and we've seen it even over the past weeks, that these people want to kill them and have been doing this unrelentingly for decades. By the British and the French more than a century ago would understand that these borders are chaos borders and will lead to continual civil war and clans split up into its ethnic divisions. There should be a Kurdish state, there should probably be a Druze state and an Alawite state and a Sunni Arab state, or some kind of federation. Ammonium in Syria, continuing ethnic violence all across the board.
And Mr. Satka, what is the proof or Turkey doesn't want this alliance to succeed? Because Turkey is right there. It affects.
The main thing that it worries about in Syria, by far. Syria has minimal natural resources. It has some oil, but that is all broken and needs billions, tens of billions to repair. What they're interested in Turkey is they're interested in that is really towards that goal.
So what cards can Ahmad al-Sharaa realistically play here? Because eventually, or at the end of the day, these...
It's really unclear. There's nothing that really can be done. While Syria remains a ethnic and cultural patchwork of various rival factions that absolutely hate each other and have been ethnic patchwork, it will not work, and it's a recipe for continual misery and civil war. There was a 50-year break of ethnic and clan violence under the Assad regime. Ahmed al-Shara cannot do that. Even with Turkish help, he won't be able to do that. So what you will have is continual war, which is probably what the Machiavellian people in charge of Turkey now is absolutely at the core, the heart of the matter, and the reason the Turks supported al-Shara in 2024 when he took over the country.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. Solsadka for joining us from. The program has reached new heights with 4 successful long-duration balloon flights over Antarctica, from detecting an antimatter to tracing elusive neutrinos. These sky-high laboratories are helping long-duration scientific balloons. The latest campaign, managed by the Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia, saw 4 balloons ascend from the Ross Ice Shelf near McMurdo Station during December and January. These balloons, some of the size of football stadium, carried advanced us. The key mission GAPS was launched on December 15. The goal of the mission was to detect antimatter particles entering Earth's atmosphere. Another highlight of the campaign was the payload for ultra-high energy observations. The PO mission is designed to detect signals from neutrinos, ghostly subatomic particles that can travel billions of light years without being absorbed or deflected. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
You're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. Australia is poised to pass new laws to enable a national gun buyback and tighten background checks for gun licenses in response to the country's worst mass shooting in decades at a Jewish festival last month. Lusak, as U.S. President Donald Trump intensified his push to wrest sovereignty over the Arctic island from fellow NATO member Denmark. Hundreds of protesters have taken to the streets in Atlanta to mark Dr. Martin Luther King Day and call attention to what they see as ongoing social between Oman's economy minister Dr. Said Mohammed Al-Sakri and Hong Kong Financial Secretary Paul Chan-mo-po. They have said that financial market connectivity between Hong Kong and Oman could boost mutual growth and called for stock exchanges and regulators to explore cooperation. Unity protect Kurdish rights within the Syrian state, while both have expressed a shared vision for Syria. Meanwhile, the Gulf Cooperation Council and Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan have called the move essential. Jordan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ayman Safadi held separate phone calls with Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan and Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan to discuss. The UAE Ministry of Defense has denied Yemeni government claims that it operated secret prisons or stored weapons at Riyadh airport in Yemen, calling the allegations as misinformation, as the UAE claims that its forces completed a full and public withdrawal from Yemen on January 2nd of this year. According to Kabul's police, at least 7 people were killed and more than a dozen. Islamic State claimed responsibility. Now for this hour, we start with Kremlin. According to the Russian Defense Ministry, Russia has claimed control of 2 more settlements in Zaporizhia and Donetsk. Over the past 24 hours, Russian forces also targeted Ukrainian drone production facilities, energy and transportation infrastructure. while their air defense units downed 122 Ukrainian drones. Meanwhile, Ukraine's general staff has reported intense combat activity along the front lines with 144 engagements in the past day. Ukrainian forces successfully repelled several Russian assaults near Kupiansk and Pokrovsk, while Ukrainian Air Force and artillery units struck Russian positions, claiming the destruction of. Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for joining us. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, can you tell us as you know the war continues into fourth year? Do you think President Trump is still interested in mediating between these two?
He still try to mediate, but at the same time, the view from the current move, he also believes that this is long-term negotiation. So, because Russia, there is no sign to stop the offensive, and in the some parts, even if the small area, the Russia's armed forces is advancing the front line. So that's why the view from Russia that there is a possibility the continuing war is beneficial. In this case, even if the President Trump tried to persuade Russia, there is a relatively high possibility that Russia will not accept to cease the offensive. So that's why the condition is not good. But in the long run, because sanction card is waiting. Sanction card is not directly sanction against Russia. This is the sanction against the country which imports products from Russia. So that's why it will affect the relation between U.S. and this country. But if the U.S. decides their mind, it is possible. So that's why if the U.S. will start to impose this type of the secondary sanction against Russia, Russia will face more serious damage in their trade. So that's why still the U.S. has the card in the long run. That's why they are waiting when they will impose.
Ukraine and Russia as well for the or do they welcome mediation efforts by U.S. right now?
Yeah, in the long run, anyways, the solution will happen based on the negotiation. That is true, because Ukraine cannot occupy the Moscow, and Moscow cannot occupy the Kyiv. That is true. So this looks like the Korean War. Both sides cannot win, but continuing the war. So in this case, maybe in the near future, they need to agree the ceasefire. But just now, it is not a condition that they agree. So that's why this will be the long-term negotiation. So negotiation itself is welcome, but this is not a good condition to ceasefire. But that is the current situation, I think.
And Dr. Nagao, how do you see Europe's alliance towards Ukraine right now? Do you see fatigue between supporting Ukraine because
Western countries, there is a division between America and Europe. That is true. And but at the same time, in case of Europe as a military power, they need the U.S. military power. So that's why even if the U.S. do not need the European military power, but the European side needs the U.S. military power is a fact. So that's why even if the rift, in case of the Russia's aggression to Ukraine, Russia and Europe and the United States can agree to stop the Russia's invasion. So that's why Russia do not dream to divide Russia and America in this case, I think. But in the case of Greenland, in case of the others, mood is not good. That is also true.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for a later discussion as well. Now we move on to Afghanistan. The Islamic State has claimed responsibility for an explosion at a Chinese-run restaurant in Kabul yesterday, killing one Chinese national and 6 Afghans with several others, including a child, injured. The attack took place in the Sheher-e-Nau neighborhood of heavily guarded commercial area and targeted Chinese citizens, allegedly due to China's actions against Uyghurs. The restaurant, run by a Chinese Muslim family and an Afghan partner, served the local Chinese Muslim community. Authorities are investigating the blast and confirmed victims were taken to hospital. Now for this discussion, we welcome retired Lieutenant Colonel Himanshi Singh. She's a Defense and International Relations Analyst, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel, for joining us. Good to see you. Now, what more can you tell us about this? What do we know so far about this incident from Kabul?
Asuma, this attack by ISIS-K is a strategic message because it's a suicide attack which happened near the kitchen of Chinese noodle restaurant, which was co-owned by Chinese Muslim and an Afghan partner. So there are 7 people killed, and the responsibility, as I said, has already been taken by ISK. So this attack actually, addressing the 3 targets. First is China and the Taliban regime and the regional stability in the South and Central Asia. So from a geopolitical perspective, China represents an economic expansion, strategic depth, and influence through projects like the Belt and Road Initiative. So for ISSK, attacking Chinese interest serves 2 objectives. First, to project itself as the only uncompromising jihadi force in Afghanistan, and secondly, to disrupt China's growing footprints in the Afghanistan, which was vacated by US. So politically also, this attack exposes the vulnerability of the Taliban, as Taliban claims that it has restored order, yet repeated attacks like this, especially on foreign targets, they undermine the narrative of Taliban regime, and the blast is a direct challenge to Taliban's authority, signaling that Kabul is yet not under full control of Taliban. So this attack also shows that the module by which they are operating is low cost and soft targets. It's symbolic locations, and international stakeholders, when they are involved, then such a blast, they get international attention. So it is basically internationalizing the Afghan security crisis again. Here China has protested and asked the government of Taliban to provide security and be more forceful towards such non-state actors. However, China will be very cautious. It will not put its foot on ground, but however, it will ask Taliban to cooperate without formal recognition. So I think it is actually raising a very fundamental question, that does Chinese interests are secure in Afghanistan or not? Because ISIS-K hates Chinese in Afghanistan because they feel they are oppressing the Muslims in Urgiyar. So such attacks will keep happening wherever Chinese people are involved. So we have to see how China reacts, and Taliban maintains its diplomatic and economic engagements with China.
Thank you for highlighting that. And is this, you rightfully highlighted that this is very symbolic in part the location and how cheap their this strategy, the things they used to in this making an impact using this strategy of one bomb towards this strategic location. Is this kind of tactic used often by small terrorist actors? And also, who are these Uyghur people and what's their connection to Afghanistan that Afghanistan's IS has tried to shed light on these people?
Okay, see, ISSK is a terrorist group which feels Taliban is not doing enough for Islam, as they are already in conversation with other governments which are non-Muslim. So they do not consider them as people from God. And secondly, China is portrayed as atheist and authoritarian power persecuting Muslims. So it is a provocation which ISSK is actually trying to inflict on China. Now China, since we understand, has lot of regional foothold in areas in Middle East, also in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and it is creating a lot of infrastructure. So whenever there is instability, the outfits like ISIS-K, they feed on instability. It is then oxygen for them, which is, if a stable government comes to Afghanistan, then, it will jeopardize the point of view of ISIS-K. So we cannot undermine these attacks because they are low cost, asymmetrical in nature, and they create an impact by killing 7 people. They have already made it an international issue. So the ideological enemy of the jihadis is not just Taliban. It is anyone who comes and operate in that territory, and they are the bitter enemies of Taliban because they are apostates negotiating, as I said, with Russia, China, and other countries. So ISIS-K will keep targeting these people, and especially anyone who is known to have been oppressing Muslims in their own country. So it is a retaliation against China. It is as the growing crimes by Chinese government against Muslim in their country is the primary justification which ISIS-K has given.
Right. And how do you analyze current China-Afghanistan relationship?
See, publicly, Afghan regime wants to have good relationships with China because this country is a dilapidated state, and China can actually give it some way, help it in making good infrastructure, helping them in making roads, buildings, dams, electricity, and other things. So diplomatically, Taliban wants good relationship with China. However, China also knows that this is a visible attack on China, but the real audience is Afghanistan, Taliban. So ISIS-K is trying to say that you cannot protect your capital, you cannot protect your guest, you cannot protect your future. But China will not withdraw because China is very pragmatic. It will reduce exposure and increase security layering for its own people and demand more from Taliban without public confrontation, because ultimately a lot of money is involved and China is facing a lot of international issues by Venezuela gone, with Iran having a lot of issues inside them. So Chinese interests across the world are actually facing challenges. So Taliban will try to negotiate with China, and China will just leave it at that by demanding more security for its people, and it may increase their own security layers for its people. China has already cautioned the people not to venture out too much, and I think it is unlikely that China will outsource any security, but it will hold Afghanistan responsible for security of its own people. So let's see how things unfold, but as of now I see it as the relationship will remain cordial. However, China will keep putting pressure on Taliban to provide security by just condemning this attack.
With that, I would like to thank Lieutenant Colonel Himanshi Singh for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout our news. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the deal. Thanks to the deal to reduce tariffs and boost Taiwanese investment in the country. Let's listen in to what Chang Li-chun has shared.
整体的谈判的结果是，我方取得2个最优惠待遇，对等关税15%不叠加，是美国逆差国中最低的税率。那另外，我们同时也针对美国未来若课征232半导体及衍生品关税时，美方承诺将给台湾最优惠待遇。我们取得2个最优惠待遇。
Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump's administration has pushed Taiwan, on a major semiconductor producer, to invest more in the U.S., specifically in making the chips that are powering the trend towards AI. The trade deal has clinched to cut tariffs. It has said that Taiwanese companies will invest $250 billion to increase production of semiconductors, energy, and artificial intelligence in the U.S. That includes $100 billion already committed by chipmaker TSMC in 2025, with more to come. Now for this discussion, we welcome Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's a fellow at Hudson Institute, joins us live from Tokyo. Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for staying with us. Now, what more can you tell us about Taiwan eyeing more cooperation on AI and chips?
It's not only the weapon, but also the many industrial machines start rely on the AI. But it looks like AI is software, but indeed the reality is AI has the hardware part. So without advanced semiconductors, AI cannot work well. So that's why supply line of the advanced level AI is important. But in this case, 90% of the supply of this advanced level AI, advanced level start to blockade or invade Taiwan. Supply chain of this advanced level semiconductor will be affected, and simply said, the US cannot get this semiconductor to making the weapon or increasing the high-level AI, something like that. All of these are affected by this supply chain. So as an answer, Taiwan will relocate their factories from Taiwan to the United States, and it will maintain the supply chain for the US military and the US industry to protect Taiwan. The a little bit ironical situation is if the Taiwan relocate all factories of this advanced level semiconductor from Taiwan to the United States, the US do not worry about Taiwan, and their supply chain is invincible. But at the same time, there is no reason to protect Taiwan in case of this supply chain of the semiconductor. Of course, there is another reason to protect Taiwan, but in this case, as the supply of the semiconductor, there is no reason for the US to protect if all of the factories they got. That's why the Taiwan side try to create a coordination between US can get the supply chain. At the same time, US still needs this advanced semiconductor from Taiwan. Because advanced level semiconductor is, of course, many semiconductors needed. So half they can create in the United States, but other half still the US want to import from Taiwan. Something like that, Taiwan try to create this. So that's why this is the cooperation and the coordination between Taiwan and the United States. And when China invade or blockade Taiwan, and the US need to protect Taiwan to maintain this supply chain. But that is my long-term strategy, security strategy of the Taiwan side, I think.
So, building on your answer, how effective is this in long term for Taiwan? Because to me it seems like at the end of the day, US is going to be benefiting more out of this situation, and Taiwan's the dependence on Taiwan.
Because Taiwan security rely on the United States. If the United States cannot make the advanced level weapon or advanced level AI, in this case, anyway, the US military will lose the capability to defend Taiwan. So that's why the supply chain of the advanced semiconductor to maintain the weapon or AI, is Taiwan's interest, not only the US interest. So that's why this is both sides will get the benefit, not only the United States, but also Taiwan will get the benefit. But at the same time, Taiwan's move is very careful manner. Of course, all of the semiconductor factory of Taiwan should not relocate to the United States. So maybe half and half they try to keep. And so simply said, the factory in Taiwan is one kind of the hostage for the US to protect it. So such kind of situation Taiwan want to create, I think. So this is cooperation, not just a relocation. That is strategy Taiwan side is seeking, I think. So this is a strategy. Both sides, both Taiwan and the United States will get the benefit, I think.
Is there any pact that Taiwan and US has signed where US will protect Taiwan in such case?
There is a legal connection between US and Taiwan for the US defense toward Taiwan. Of course, providing weapon or increasing the defense capability of the Taiwan is of course legal, but at the same time, anyway, China could be the competitor of the United States, which toppled the #1 status in the world. So that's why anyway the U.S. need to deal with deal with China, and in this case, Taiwan is a special location to attack the vital area of China. Coastal city is a vital area for China, core interest, and if the missile is deploying Taiwan, any city in China is under the range of the missile. So that's why to deal with China, anyway, the strategic location of Taiwan is a very useful card for the United States as a military fortress. So that's why anyway, the U.S. has a reason to protect Taiwan. Legal matter is a domestic law-related issue, and the U.S. has a duty to increase the defense capability of Taiwan. But there is no alliance treaty between U.S. and Taiwan. So because on surface, United States hasn't dealt with Taiwan as a formal independent country. But the domestic law connection has exists between the U.S. and Taiwan, and there is a duty to increase the defense capability of Taiwan. So that's why, anyway, the U.S. is selling weapons. This year, under the Trump administration, they sell a massive amount of the weapon to Taiwan. And China upset and try to conduct its exercises to blockade Taiwan at the end of last year. So that kind of situation has happening, and so the U.S. shows will to increase the defense capability of Taiwan and the Trump administration just now. And so legal connection is domestic law, but anyway, the view from the move, U.S. is still involved in the defense of Taiwan.
With that, I would like to thank Dr. Satoru Nagao for joining us today from Tokyo and sharing that insight. Thank you very much. Now we move the focus on to Nigeria. Gunman has kidnapped 163 worshippers from 2 churches in Kaduna State in Nigeria during Sunday services armed with sophisticated weapons. The attackers forced the worshippers into the bush. According to the Christian Association of Nigeria, so far 163 worshippers have been confirmed who were to be kidnapped in this incident. However, the kidnappings are part of a troubling trend in Nigeria, where armed gangs, often targeting religious communities, carry out abductions for ransom. Meanwhile, the Nigerian government has deployed additional security forces to the area in an attempt to locate the abductors and secure the safe return of the hostages. This latest attack highlights the growing security in northern Nigeria. Now we move on to our next news. Brooklyn Beckham has spoken out about long-standing tensions with his parents, David and Victoria Beckham. He has claimed family feuds began before his wedding to Nicola Peltz and continued after affecting his marriage and mental health. Brooklyn has said that his parents put Brand Beckham first and accused them of controlling press narratives. He has added that he does not want to reconcile with his family and is now standing up for himself. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome, I'm Thomas Porteous and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of this hour. President Trump says he will tell European leaders at Davos that the US has to have Greenland. European allies and Greenland's Prime Minister reject the pressure after Trump threatens tariffs. Trump also calls Britain's decision to cede sovereignty of Diego Garcia to Mauritius an act of total weakness. He says the move highlights why the US must acquire Greenland for national security. Dozens of ISIS fighters escaped prison during heavy clashes between Syrian forces and Kurdish-led fighters. Negotiations between Damascus and the SDF collapse as government troops advanced east. Russia launches a drone and missile strike on Kyiv, cutting heating to over 5,600 apartment buildings in freezing weather. One person is killed, another wounded as critical infrastructure suffers further damage. Russian envoy Kirill Dmitriev says he has arrived in Davos for the World Economic Forum. The summit includes US and Ukrainian delegations as diplomatic talks continue to end the war in Ukraine. France calls President Trump's threat of 200% tariffs on French wine and champagne unacceptable. Paris says tariff pressure will not influence its foreign policy decisions. Israeli bulldozers begin demolishing structures at UNRWA's East Jerusalem headquarters. Israel says the site has no legal immunity, while UNRWA calls it an unprecedented attack. China confirms it has been invited to join President Trump's Board of Peace initiative. The US has extended the offer to dozens of countries for a global conflict resolution effort. We start with the ongoing Greenland crisis, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, Sergei Lavrov, has addressed the growing tensions around Greenland, especially its relationship with NATO. He has emphasized that NATO must decide on Greenland's future within the alliance. According to Lavrov, Russia is also closely monitoring the geopolitical situation in the region. But Lavrov dismissed any rumors about Russia or China planning an invasion. He also pointed out that the issue of former colonial territories like Greenland has become more relevant in recent discussions. Lavrov further questioned Greenland's status as a natural part of Denmark and asserted that NATO is currently undergoing a period of internal challenges, with Russia having no interest in interfering in Greenland's affairs. Joining us now to discuss this development in just a second is Gilbert Doctorow. He's an international affairs expert. He joins us live from Brussels very soon. But of course, this is a continuing and developing situation. Of course, Donald Trump has made no secret of his ambition to for Greenland, the world's largest island, to become part of the United States, something which Denmark, who has the autonomous territory, completely and utterly rejects, along with European allies. Of course, NATO is in strain here with the United States, the key funder of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, Denmark, another member, of course. This is the first time we've ever seen strain inside the alliance in its over 80-year history, of course. The Danish Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, has said they absolutely reject the United States coming and annexing the territory. President Trump has been nothing short of assertive when it comes to his statements, and aggressive, unapologetic, even some might say. He also refuses to rule out force, now placing tariffs on European partners, which sent troops to the island for so-called military drills. Military drills which the United States was initially invited to. However, the Trump administration saw that as aggression from Europe and have announced that they will place 10% tariffs on those who reject Trump's Greenland plans, and then those are to soar to 25% on the 1st of June if the situation is ongoing and their stance remains the same. So this is really a focal point right now in global geopolitics, and something which is expected to be discussed at the Davos World Economic Forum. Donald Trump has already said that he is going to indeed discuss it, and so we are likely to get some statements there when he does his speech in Switzerland very, very soon. We'll of course keep you updated on that. But of course Russia is involved in this. Donald Trump's claims that either Russia or China is going to take over the island, and so the United States needs it. The Russian foreign minister pushing back against that claim and saying that the Russian Federation has no ambition to take over Greenland, which has a population of around 60,000 people, of which the majority have vied for independence for years. Of course, the territory very sparsely populated, with around 25,000 in the capital of Nuuk. We're now joined by Gilbert Doctorow. He's an international affairs expert, and he joins us live from Brussels. Thank you very much, Gilbert, for joining us here on NewsX World. Of course, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. We've just heard the Russian foreign minister. He says that NATO should make a decision on Greenland within the alliance. He also has countered one of Donald Trump's talking points and said that Russia has no ambition to take the island, which is an autonomous territory of Denmark. What was the Russian foreign minister trying to aim at with these statements?
Well, he's just stating the facts. It's pretty obvious that Russia has no ambition to take over Greenland. This is just a talking point of Donald Trump. Nonetheless, let me tell you that what the Russian chattering classes are saying is quite different. The Russian chattering classes, the people who are experts, academic experts, members of the State Duma, who appear on the most responsible Russian talk shows, were saying last night that they are delighted to watch this fight between Trump and the Europeans over Greenland. I think they understand very well that Trump is trying to destroy NATO, and if he destroys NATO, then Russia will receive all of the benefits in terms of eventually sitting down with the Europeans to revise the security architecture that were the cause of the war in February 2022. So though Mr. Trump's efforts to be a peace negotiator have failed completely, he is getting at the same results by a totally different method.
And Gilbert, what more can you tell? Like, how important is this current situation in the geopolitical climate? Of course, Donald Trump yesterday we saw that letter that he'd sent to the Norwegian Prime Minister saying he no longer has peace at the front of his mind. Now, this is a significant development. This is really turning into and spiraling into something that, as you said, could be the end of NATO. Do you truly think that Donald Trump wants that?
Oh, I have no doubt whatsoever. Of course, he never dared to express that because the whole of Congress would come down on his head. Of course, he has a protection from impeachment, which he didn't have in his first mandate, namely that if he were impeached, then J.D. Vance would take over. And from the perspective of those who would want to impeach him, that's even worse. So he has a protection from impeachment. But we are witnesses today to an event that takes place once in 80 or 100 years. And so I advise your audience to follow this very closely because they will have something to tell their children and grandchildren years from now.
And what's the view from Moscow of this? Of course, we know that Donald Trump has made these statements that Russia wants Greenland and also China as well, apparently. And so what will the Russians be thinking right now as they're seeing this situation unfold in front of their eyes?
Well, as I say, the Russian elites, the ones who appear on the most responsible talk shows like Vladimir Solovyov's evening last night, they are delighted with what is going on, and they appreciate that Donald Trump is actively trying to destroy NATO. That is not the Russian government policy, of course. They are silent about it, neutral about it, the way that Mr. Lavrov was in the quotation that you gave at the start of our discussion. However, the thinking people of Russia understand that Trump is doing something of great importance for Russia's return to the international community, and we saw that a day ago. How Trump's threats and disputes with Europe have even taken a hold of Emmanuel Macron, who yesterday is quoted as saying that he would like to see Russia invited to the next G7 meeting, which is, considering it's coming from Macron, who has been one of the most fierce enemies of Russia in recent months, that is an enormous change of view. And the Russians, of course, never were keen on rejoining the G7 because they were isolated as one country against seven in a G8. However, under the present conditions, where Trump is at war with Europe, there would be at least two powers against six. The Russia and the United States would be siding on many issues against the other members of the G7-G8.
Gilbert, Dr. Rowe, thank you very much for joining us here on NewsX World. It's always a pleasure to speak to you and get your insight. We now move on, and the Swedish finance minister has strongly criticised US President Donald Trump's renewed push to acquire Greenland, calling it absurd. Elizabeth Svantesson, speaking in Brussels, expressed her disappointment, describing the tactic as blackmail. She condemned the use of threats to acquire land, calling it a new low. Denmark's Minister for Economic Affairs, Stephanie Loos, urged restraint but warned that if tensions continue to rise, Europe might need to take action. The situation remains very tense, with Europe closely monitoring the developments. Let's hear what the Swedish Finance Minister, Elizabeth Svantesson, had to say.
Sad and totally absurd that we have an American president who's blackmailing the rest of us, trying to get a piece of land or buy it through threats. It's a new low, so to speak.
Joining us now is Andrew K.P. Leung. He is a China strategist. He joins us live from Hong Kong. Andrew, thank you very much for joining us. Of course, this situation is very much developing and at the top of every news bulletin around the world right now. One of Donald Trump's statements claiming that Beijing indeed wants to take over Greenland. What is Beijing's stance both on that statement and, of course, seeing this infighting within the North Atlantic Treaty Organization?
Well, it's not even worth replying to, because in this Arctic passage, which connects, of course, Greenland with the Arctic north of Russia, because it would shorten the routes. But it doesn't mean China is going to take over Greenland. I mean, the claim is so ridiculous, and obviously Trump is trying to play up this imminent claim by Russia and China. But I think most of the world, of the educated world, doesn't believe that this is actually any near to the reality. Yes, of course, Russia's influence and China's influence on the Arctic is increasing because as I said, because of climate change that shortens the sea passage. Connecting the oceans, but also, of course, the Arctic is also a theater for military projection. But it doesn't mean that both China and either China or Russia is going to take over Greenland. Now, if you look at Greenland, it's already had a very, very strong, very deep treaty with the United States, allowing the United States to deploy military on the ground in Greenland. And then there is no limit on what type of arsenals are being deployed there. And this deployment of American forces on the ground in Greenland has been going on a long, long time. So this claim about threat from Russia and China is a total fabrication that they're going to take over Greenland. I don't think very, very many people believe in that.
Andrew, do stay with us as we move on to our next story. And the United States has asked China to join US President Donald Trump's Board of Peace. The White House wants dozens of countries on this body aimed at resolving conflicts, starting with the war in Gaza. Beijing confirmed it received the invitation but did not say whether it will accept or reject the offer. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman, Guo Jiakun, says that China hopes to keep ties with Washington stable while protecting its own interests. The Board of Peace would be chaired for life by Trump, and countries would serve 3-year terms unless they contribute $1 billion each. Key members include former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and World Bank President Ajay Banga. Further members are expected in the coming weeks. Andrew KP Leung joins us now. Andrew, of course, China has accepted this invitation. It is, after all, the second biggest economy in the world. However, what are both the positives and negatives of Beijing joining Donald Trump's Board of Peace?
Well, as you reported, China hasn't really formally accepted this invitation. In a way, that this peace plan, the so-called 20-point peace plan, is a poison chalice in the sense that it doesn't address the fundamental demands of the Palestinians, which of course is the whole force behind the Hamas insurgency, because Hamas didn't happen all of a sudden. It is a means to push the long-standing agenda for the Palestinians for statehood, and yet Israel is dead against any kind of suggestion of a Palestinian statehood, and that's supported by of course, the Jewish lobby in the United States, and American geopolitics. So, without addressing this fundamental issue, the so-called peace plan is not going to be to solve the problem over in Palestine. And the other issue, which has not been addressed, of course, is the West Bank. The West Bank has been occupied by Israel, and also including all the water resources, and also threatening the continuing livelihood and survival of the Palestinians, a lot of Palestinians. So these two fundamental issues have been swept under the carpet, and Trump's invitation to China is to bring more people onto this flawed bandwagon, so as to add gravitas to this claim to control the whole situation without addressing the fundamental challenges.
And Andrew, of course, a lot of experts and analysts have said that this Board of Peace brings danger to the United Nations. How do you think China will choose when it comes to this? Does it value the United Nations?
Of course, China supports the United Nations, the Charter, sovereignty, the sovereignty over the country, particularly in relation to Taiwan, which is regarded as a part of the China nation. And China always adheres to it, and is even threading a very thin line as regards Ukraine, because there's also transgression of country sovereignty. Don't forget, Ukraine, unlike Taiwan, is a formal country recognized by the United Nations. And so China always opposed the United Nations, but I think the United Nations on this situation in over Gaza is totally powerless. You know what's been happening. Not only over Gaza but over Ukraine and all the other major conflicts, because the major conflicts inevitably involve the great powers, and then the United Nations Security Council is hijacked by this single veto vote. So if it a country, for example, the United States sees a motion is against interest, it will simply veto it. So I think the United Nations is powerless in that on that. But on the other hand, of course, it's a very useful platform for China to press the points accepted by most of the world community, and in that way put pressure on the United States.
Yes, Andrew K.P. Leung, thank you very much for joining us as we move on to our next story. And the United States will officially leave the World Health Organization on January the 22nd, following a notification by President Donald Trump. Trump cited the WHO's mishandling of COVID-19 and other global health crises, its failure to adopt reforms and undue political influence from member states as reasons for withdrawal. The US, the WHO's largest donor, contributing around 18% of its budget, must give 1 year's notice and pay outstanding dues. The WHO expressed regret, highlighting decades of US contributions to eradicating smallpox and reducing polio. Trump's executive order also halts US funding, recalls personnel, and pauses WHO-related negotiations. Critics say the move risks global pandemic preparedness and vaccine distribution, while supporters argue US funding obligations are disproportionate compared to other nations like China. Joining us now is Gautam Mukherjee. He's a senior journalist. He joins us live from New Delhi. Gautam, thank you very much for joining us, first of all. Secondly, how big of a development is this? What are the kind of implications going to be now that the United Nations is going to pull out of the WHO in just the next 2 days?
Well, it's typical of what America is doing. It's pulling back from its multilateral obligations. WHO has for long been very close to China, and America is unprepared to keep on funding the organization that does not do any of its bidding. And so it's pulling out.
the UN as such is also something that the US under Trump does not favor funding in any large measure. It would even contemplate it moving out of New York. But in the meantime, it is pulling out of many of its satellite organizations like the WHO one by one, and leaving it to its own devices. When America pulls out, a lot of the funding leaves. In fact, the bulk of the funding of the UN is from the United States, and the United States does not feel that its money is being utilized for the benefit of the United States.
And Gautam, how does this play into the wider objective of the United States, pulling itself from the organizations like the WHO, and what will be the global impact?
The global impact of WHO nowadays is not very great. It does not contribute much to eradication. It was a very worthwhile organization in the past, but of late, under large-scale Chinese influence, it really hasn't been very effective as a world organization. COVID is a case in point. Mr. Trump is quite right. They did not, said to be from China, and the Secretary General made sure that the investigations went nowhere. So is WHO a useful organization? It moves with its purse. Of late, it is doing that with a lot of organizations, including NATO, and has done so now with WHO. And you can't really blame it.
Gautam Mukherjee, 2026 is the year of practical adoption. CFO Sarah Fryer said the focus will be on closing the gap between what AI can do and how people, businesses and governments use it. She highlighted the growth OpenAI has experienced, with its compute power increasing from 0.2 gigawatts in 2023 to 1.9 gigawatts in 2025. Also pointed out that OpenAI's progress is tied directly to its technology are fueling this expansion. And OpenAI plans to scale further, especially in sectors like healthcare, science, push towards monetization as it prepares for a possible public debut. Well, that's all that we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more international news updates.
In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice.
On trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on fighting the...
Okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart in.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Thomas Porteous, and in the high stakes of theatre of global diplomacy, some territories are viewed as sacred sovereign lands, but in the worldview of the Trump administration, they are strategic assets waiting for the right handshake. Today we explore a transatlantic drama that has moved from the fringes of social media to the front lines of NATO. On January the 20th, the push for the American acquisition of Greenland reached a fever pitch. President Donald Trump has once again declared that the world's largest island is not just for sale, it is a national security necessity. And this time he claims NATO is starting to listen. Just hours ago, President Trump took to Truth Social to reveal a very good telephone call with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. The topic, Greenland. Trump stated, and I quote, "Greenland is imperative for national and world security. There can be no going back. On that, everyone agrees." But is there really an agreement, or is this the sound of NATO allies quietly bowing to pressure to avert a trade war? The battleground has now shifted to the Swiss Alps. Trump has confirmed that he will meet with various parties at the World Economic Forum in Davos this week to discuss the acquisition. Diplomats suggest that the Trump administration is using a carrot and a stick approach, the carrot being a seat at the table of a new Arctic security order and the stick being staggering tariffs. To understand why Trump is pushing so hard now, we have to look at his recent attack on the United Kingdom. Trump posted a scathing critique of London's decision to cede sovereignty of Diego Garcia to Mauritius. He called it, quote, an act of great stupidity and total weakness. Trump argues that China and Russia only recognise strength, likening the UK's move to a security collapse. that the US cannot afford to repeat in the Arctic. For Trump, Greenland is the antidote to British weakness, and he has bluntly stated that Denmark cannot protect the territory and therefore the US must step in. So how is NATO responding? We are seeing a fascinating shift. Over the weekend, 8 NATO allies, including Germany, France and the Nordic nations, deployed troops to Greenland for an exercise tilted, quote-unquote, Arctic endurance. While Trump initially called this a dangerous game, European diplomats are reframing the move. Reports indicate that NATO leaders are now publicly praising Trump's focus on Arctic security. By increasing their own military presence on the island, they are trying to prove to Washington that they can secure the northern flank without surrendering sovereignty. But in doing so, they are effectively adopting Trump's rhetoric that the Arctic is under imminent threat from Russia and China. Now let's break down the impacts of this real estate diplomacy. First, the tariff threat. Trump has threatened a 10% tariff on Danish and European goods starting on February the 1st, rising to 25% by June unless a deal for Greenland is struck. This has sent shockwaves through European markets, leaving leaders scrambling to appease Washington. Second, the erosion of sovereignty. By discussing the acquisition of an autonomous territory at a corporate summit like Davos, the Trump administration is redefining diplomacy as a series of land deals rather than treaties between equals. However, the people of Greenland are not remaining silent. In Nuuk, the capital, protests have erupted with banners reading "Make America Go Away." The Greenlandic Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen has stated firmly that the island chooses Denmark over the US, but the economic pressure from Washington is making that choice increasingly expensive for Copenhagen. In Davos itself, demonstrations against Trump have been going for the last couple of days, with protesters particularly angry about the warm welcome the US president is receiving. The general view among these people is that NATO leaders are moving to appease Trump because they can't keep up with his unprecedented rhetoric. The Greenland standoff is no longer a sideshow, it is a test of the transatlantic alliance. In Trump's global order, sovereignty has a price, and the Arctic is the newest frontier for a chairman who believes every base, every island, and every nation has a valuation. Joining us now to discuss this is Ben Aris, a former Moscow bureau chief. He joins us live from Berlin. Thank you very much, Ben, for joining us. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. NATO Secretary General here, Mark Rutte, has characterized his recent talks with President Trump as very good, and several allies are praising Trump's focus on the Arctic. Do you see this as a genuine strategic alignment, or is it NATO engaging in a desperate appeasement strategy?
The latter. NATO is nominally an alliance of some 30 countries, including all the European ones. However, in practice, it's largely an extension of the US military policy overseas, and that it forms the backbone of the NATO's power is US military power. And that without participation or cooperation with the US, then NATO becomes a bit of a wet squib, a bit of an empty paper bag. And so Rutte is very conscious of that. And so he and his job and his effective power at the head of that military organization is all dependent on keeping Trump on board. And at the same time, on the other side of the fence, Trump's made it very clear that he's not willing to bankroll European security, and that the whole Article 5 thing is being undermined because he's introduced enough uncertainty that should, for example, Russia march into the Baltics, which are a military member of NATO, that America would not come to their defense. The collective security guarantee, Article 5, is in doubt now. And I think that's the problem for everyone here, is that the international apparatus of security in Western Europe backed by the US is falling to pieces. And that's a big problem for Europe in general, because they're warning repeatedly that Russia's going to, quote, be ready to invade Europe sometime in the next 5 years. But without the US backing them up, then the Russian army at the moment, there's 1 million men under arms. The Russians are outproducing the whole of the EU combined in terms of weapons and ammo, and that they would be defenseless. And without American help, they would be pushed to repulse such an attack.
And land acquisition. In the history of modern foreign policy, have we ever seen a major power use its domestic trade policy as a siege engine to acquire territory from a formal military ally?
Well, like you suggested in your preamble, I mean, the whole international order has fallen to pieces. That, we're supposed to be treated, Europe, America as partners, because we have been ever since the Second World War, and building this unified world based on values, etc. And what we're seeing here is that Trump has totally abandoned that model, and he's been called transactional. But what he's doing here is he's taking economic tools like tariffs and using them for effectively military purposes to annex territory that doesn't belong to the states. And that's in total violation of the UN Charter. It's worse than anything that Putin's been doing, because he's then going on to put these charges on Europe. I mean, personally, I think you have to think of Trump as simply as a deal maker, and he's taking what tools he has in the box, and tariffs is one that he can hit Europe over the head. That 20% of Europe's exports goes to the States. It's by far the largest economic partner that Europe has, and is the biggest trade partnership in the world. And so these tariffs are hugely damaging to Europe if they were imposed. And it's a threat. It's a negotiating position. Because, Trump famously, he always chickens out, that he threatens these tariffs, and then they go into protracted negotiations and some sort of deal comes out of it. And in the case of Russia, he's repeatedly threatened tariffs. In China, he's repeatedly threatened tariffs, and none of them have been put in place because it's a negotiating position to get what he wants. The difference this time is not about trade, as it was in Europe and China's situation. It's about the annexation of somebody else's country. And that's a whole new kettle of fish. This is a whole new game that he's playing.
And Ben, today he made some statements and he cited the UK's deal with Mauritius over Diego Garcia as a catalyst for the Greenland acquisition. Do you think he's right now to view the surrender of overseas territories and military bases as a systemic act of weakness that invites rivals like China into the Atlantic? Is this the new world order that we're living in now?
The Chinese came out yesterday and said, please, Mr. Trump, stop using this fake China threat as a justification of your selfish goals. It's invented. I mean, China has no aspirations on Greenland, neither does Russia. In fact, for Russians, this is now an issue because they had no problem with Greenland, which is on their northern border too, not very far away. And now you're talking about putting, quote unquote, NATO or American troops building up inside Greenland on Russia's northern border. And this was exactly the objection they had to the proposal that Ukraine would join NATO, because then again, that would be Western missiles, that time on the western border. So what Trump's done is created a strategic problem, a security threat to Russia where none existed. And this is obviously going to bring a reaction on the Russian side if they go ahead with it. So the idea is a bad one from start to finish, because it just destabilizes an already unstable world.
And by moving these negotiations to the World Economic Forum in Davos, the administration is treating the Arctic like a corporate merger. What are the long-term risks of shifting the resolution of territorial disputes from the UN Security Council to an invitation-only economic summit of billionaires and CEOs?
Well, it just highlights the point I just made about Trump being transactional and then using economic tools for his geopolitical gains. At Davos, it's the other way around, which is an economic sort of confab of the world's leading business people who are supposed to discuss like markets and access and trade and tariffs amongst themselves. And suddenly, the delegates are going to be not discussing. The theme of Davos this year is about quote unquote discussion. It's actually going to be a debate where you're going to have CEOs talking about territory and sovereignty and like who gets to control what country. And so here we've got business leaders doing geopolitics and actually having to worry about it because that's not part of their brief. And so, again, it's part of Trump completely upending the whole international order and pulling in business and making business a political weapon for his geopolitical aspirations.
Ben Aris, thank you very much for joining us. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much for taking the time. Well, that's all that we have time for on this episode of Deep Dive here on NewsX World. Stay tuned on the channel for more international news updates. Thank you.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Kriti Mehta. Now, in the world of geopolitics, we've seen alliances built on history, treaties, and mutual defense. But today, the Trump administration is introducing a new currency with global influence, the billion-dollar buy-in. On January 18, reports surfaced of a draft charter for a new international body, the Gaza Board of Peace. At its helm, US President Donald Trump. But it's the price of admission that has the world gasping. According to a draft of the charter, permanent membership on this board comes with a staggering $1 billion fee. Nations that don't pay are relegated to 3-year terms, subject to the renewal and the whim of the chairman himself. So, what is this board and why does it cost so much to sit at this table? The Board of Peace is designed to be the ultimate overseer for post-war Gaza. Its mandate includes the reconstruction of the battered enclave, the disarmament of Hamas, and the deployment of an international security force. The Trump administration argues that this cash injection is necessary to bypass the administrative bloat of the United Nations and ensure every dollar goes directly to rebuilding. But reports from across the world suggest that this isn't just about Gaza. Diplomats are already calling it a mini United Nations or Trump's United Nations. The charter suggests the board's reach will eventually expand to tackle any global conflict where the chairman sees a need to intervene. Let's break down the impact. First, the financial barrier. By setting a $1 billion price tag, the board effectively creates a two-tiered diplomatic system. Wealthy nations purchase permanency and veto-like influence, while developing nations remain at the mercy of renewable terms. Second, the erosion of the UN diplomatic sources told Modern Diplomacy that his board poses an existential threat to the United Nations Security Council. By creating a parallel power structure under US leadership, Trump is signaling that the era of traditional multilateralism may be over. And the world is responding with a mix of enthusiasm and extreme caution. Hungary's Viktor Orban and Argentina's Javier Milei were among the first to accept Trump's invitation. Milei called it an honor, while Vietnam has also officially accepted the invitation. Canada has agreed in principle, with Prime Minister Mark Carney joining the board. However, according to reports, Ottawa is still scrutinizing the financing details. In New Delhi, the stakes are high. US Ambassador Sergio Gore has personally handed over India's invitation to the Prime Minister. While the Modi government has remained silent officially, sources suggest New Delhi is weighing the strategic benefit of a permanent seat against the precedent of pay-to-play diplomacy. Pakistan, Jordan and Greece are also on the invite list. However, not everyone is applauding. In a rare moment of discord with Washington, Israel has raised red flags. Prime Minister Netanyahu's office stated that the board's composition, which includes Turkey and Qatar, were not coordinated with Israel and runs contrary to their policy. Israel remains deeply skeptical of giving nations they view as sympathetic to Hamas a seat on Gaza's future governance. Critics at the UN are even blunter. Some experts have likened the structure to a colonial approach where foreign territories are managed by an elite board of billionaires and politicians, excluding the voices of the Palestinians themselves. So what's next? All eyes turn to the World Economic Forum in Davos this week, where the official list of a board of members is expected to be announced. Will nations cough up the $1 billion for a permanent seat, or will this become a fragmented club of Trump's closest allies? The Gaza Board of Peace is more than a reconstruction plan. It is a test case for a new world order, one where peace has a price tag and the chairman holds the cards. To discuss this in greater depth, I'm joined in now by Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev, who's former diplomat and joins us from New Delhi. Ambassador, thank you very much for joining me in this discussion. Let's begin with the first question. Now, if peace can be bought by the highest bidder, what prevents other global powers from privatizing conflict resolution in their own spheres of influence?
Thank you, Kirti. Indeed, you raised a very pertinent question, although it's also at the same time rhetorical. I think much remains to be fleshed out of Mr. Trump's proposal. Typically, Mr. Trump starts with a nebulous idea and fleshes it on the basis of the feedback or reactions, etc., and till it acquires a critical mass. If it doesn't acquire a critical mass, he is happy to bury it quietly, which may yet be the case in this particular sort of oxymoronic idea. Indeed, the international law after the Second World War was based on equality of all nations in a decolonized world, and the law through United Nations Charter protected the small and less powerful against the hegemonistic and more powerful countries, and it has reasonably held in place till the latest upheavals, in the main caused by Mr. Trump's somewhat whimsical approach to international law. Indeed, in a CNN interview, I think last week, he said that only point for him was his personal morality on a particular issue. He is not too concerned about morality under the international law. With a self-confessed narcissist like that, it is difficult to see which way would Mr. Trump turn in a particular conflict. Indeed, he may decide to maximize his own contribution, as he tried to do in India-Pakistan spat in June. And he may decide that the money that many countries are going to contribute is for him to decide where to invest, how to invest. And remember, he's a real estate magnate whose first love is creating Trump Towers and Taj Mahal and so on and so forth in the United States and elsewhere in the world. So I would be rather skeptical about this approach taking root. Self-serving and predictable pro-Trump personalities would certainly applaud this body coming into being, but then there are a number of skeptics, mainly they have not invited Russia, apparently, or China. So with these two powers staying out, I don't know how the system is supposed to work.
Ambassador, there are reports of Russia also having received the invitation. It is, however, mulling over it. So we don't know about China, but Russia for sure may have received this invitation. Anyway, I would now like to move on to my next question to you. Critics are also calling this board a parallel UN that bypasses the Security Council. How can a diplomat justify the $1 billion fee to their domestic taxpayers when their country is already paying significant dues to the UN? Is this an investment in Gaza, or is it a subscription fee for a seat in a new US-led world order?
This remains to be answered by the organizers of this particular device. Reply to your first question is that yes, the UN system has broken down. Security Council is dysfunctional. It has not been able to solve the Ukraine crisis or the Gaza war or Iran versus Israel and United States difficulties, Sudan war, and the rest. That's for everyone to see. But instead of reforming and modernizing the post-Second World War setup, it creating a parallel, somewhat colonial style is more regressive. It goes back to pre-Second World War sort of world order where too few powers decided the fate of the smaller countries in the world and decided who the heroes and who the villains of international order was. So I believe it will be difficult for taxpayers to be persuaded that $1 billion just like that can be given in, except for countries which are petrol-rich and have money to spare. But democracies would have difficulty in agreeing to. India is already under considerable strain caused by Mr. Trump, be it his national security strategy, be it sanctions of 50% on India, etc., etc. And I would be very surprised if New Delhi decides that giving $1 billion to such a person's personal kitty, so as to say, would be a good idea.
Sure. And Ambassador, unlike the UN or the World Bank, the Board of Peace is structured more like a corporate board with a chairman that's holding veto-like authority. Who audits these billions of dollars, and what is the legal mechanism for a member state to withdraw their funds if the board's actions contradict their national interests or international law?
Very good question, Kriti, but I don't have the answers. I think Mr. Trump would be mulling over such issues. Perhaps Davos would clarify something, but I imagine that once you give the money to Mr. Trump, getting it back would depend on him.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice.
Hello and welcome, I'm Thomas Porteous and you're watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines at this hour. President Trump says he will tell European leaders at Davos that the US has to have Greenland. European allies and Greenland's Prime Minister reject the pressure after Trump threatens tariffs. President Trump calls Britain's decision to cede sovereignty of Diego Garcia to Mauritius an act of total weakness. He says the move highlights why the US must acquire Greenland for national security. Dozens of ISIS fighters escape prison during heavy clashes between Syrian forces and Kurdish-led fighters. Negotiations between Damascus and the SDF collapse as government troops advance east. Russia launches a drone and missile strike on Kyiv, cutting heating to over 5,600 apartment buildings in freezing weather. One person is killed, another wounded, as critical infrastructure suffers further damage. Russian envoy Kirill Dmitriev says he has arrived in Davos for the World Economic Forum. The summit includes US and Ukrainian delegations as diplomatic talks continue to end the war in Ukraine. France calls President Trump's threat of a 200% tariff on French wine and champagne unacceptable. Paris says tariff pressure will not influence its foreign policy. Israeli bulldozers begin demolishing structures at UNRWA's East Jerusalem headquarters. Israel says the site has no legal immunity, while UNRWA calls it an unprecedented attack. China confirms it has been invited to join President Trump's Board of Peace initiative. The US has extended the offer to dozens of countries for a global conflict resolution effort. We head to Switzerland for our first story, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has not decided yet on travelling to Davos, as the US has not made it clear if a substantive meeting with President Donald Trump will happen regarding the peace process. In fact, Ukrainian officials have stated that they are prepared to sign two significant agreements with US President Donald Trump during the World Economic Forum in Davos, provided the US side is ready. Now, at the same time, the Kremlin has said that Russian envoy Kirill Dmitriev also plans to meet members of the US delegation at the summit. According to Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, Kirill Dmitriev will pass on information concerning the peace process in Ukraine. Now, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has stated during his annual press conference that it is unlikely Russia can reach agreements with the current group of European leaders. Lavrov claimed that European leaders remain focused on inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia and are encouraging NATO to prepare for direct military conflict. He has identified Europe and the European Union as a main stumbling block to ending the conflict in Ukraine, specifically contrasting their stance with ongoing diplomatic efforts involving the United States. Joining us now to discuss these developments is Ben Aris. He's a former Moscow bureau chief at the Daily Telegraph. He joins us live from Berlin. Ben, thank you very much for taking the time and joining us once again. It's a pleasure to have you, of course. Now, it's a big week now with the World Economic Forum kicking off. Delegations from all around the world are expected to be in attendance. However, of course, the two geopolitical matters, particularly when it comes to European affairs, of course, Greenland and the Russia-Ukraine conflict, all parties to discuss both issues will be there. However, we're now seeing news that Zelensky is unsure whether Donald Trump is going to meet him here at Davos, but we know that delegations from all three sides are indeed there. What hopes do you have in Switzerland this week? Do you think there'll be any developments when it comes to moving closer to peace?
I doubt it. There was a lot of progress in December in terms of the peace talks. There was a Moscow meeting at the start of December. Dmitriev, who's going to be there in Davos, participated in that together with the US envoys led by Vitkov. And they thrashed out a 27-point peace plan, which Putin, who was at the meeting, more or less signed off on. However, then there was a series of meetings in Berlin and another key one in Mar-a-Lago between Trump and Zelensky, particularly that one, where they were trying to persuade Zelensky to accept this 27-point plan. He refused. He came back with a 20-point plan. But the whole thing turns on the two key issues of territory. Zelensky is being asked to give up the Donbass completely, and security guarantees. Zelensky is insisting that his allies, particularly the States, give him real Article 5-like military security guarantees that will secure Ukraine's borders in the future against a possible Russian attack. And we got stuck at that point. So the talks now are stalled. There was a meeting in Miami at the weekend between Vitkov and Umerkov, the head of the Ukrainian delegation, where they were talking again. But again, no progress was made at that meeting. And so a prospective meeting between Zelensky and Trump would be all about Zelensky accepting the deal on the table. That's Trump's position. You know, we're done. We've agreed with the Russians. We have a peace plan that would work. You have to accept it. No wiggle room. And Zelensky's stalling. He has to have these security guarantees. That's absolutely key for him. And unless that's going to happen, unless he's prepared to give up the territory, there's no point in meeting Trump. And Trump's well aware of that. And then the mood coming out of the Miami meeting at the weekend is that they're stalled. The two sides are stalled. And so I think the chances of a meeting between Trump and Zelensky are very low, because I don't think Zelensky is willing to back off his security agreement demand. And without that, there's nothing to talk about.
Ben, of course, there are two main things, that are concerning the European continent right now. One is, of course, the conflict that we're discussing. The other is Greenland. How could both of these issues work together in dividing that transatlantic relationship at this point in time? Of course, both are at the forefront currently of Donald Trump's mind. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think there is a transatlantic relationship anymore. I think Trump has introduced his new Monroe version, Dunroe doctrine. He's saying the Western Hemisphere belongs to us. According to the new national security strategy he released last year in December, that basically the EU has been downgraded from an equal partner, which it has been since the end of the Second World War, to a vassal of the US, and Trump is dictating to Europe. In fact, the language in the NSS was extremely aggressive against Europe. It was singled out, not Russia, not China, but the EU was singled out for aggressive, very negative comments, where the US has said it will openly interfere in European domestic politics in order to promote far-right candidates. Here in Germany, we have the AfD, a far-right party that's doing extremely well, but is pariahed by the rest of society. And the Trump team are openly backing this neo-fascist party in Germany, and the Europeans are not happy about it. On the European side, they're deluding themselves that there is still some sort of special relationship and that they are partners, and Trump is rubbing their nose in it again and again. And I think Davos will see the same thing. The EU delegation are going there. They're going to try and negotiate with Trump, trying to get him to back off this idea of annexing Greenland, and it's going to go nowhere. Really, it just comes down to if Trump carries through on his threat to put 100,000 soldiers into Greenland and simply take it.
Ben, do stay with us once again as we move on to another development from Europe, and the UN Human Rights Chief Volker Turk has expressed outrage over Russia's ongoing large-scale attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure. The latest strikes, which occurred last night, have led to widespread power and heating outages in major cities like Kiev and Odessa, with temperatures dropping below -10 degrees Celsius. Millions of Ukrainians are enduring extreme cold at the moment. Turk condemned the attacks, calling them cruel and a clear violation of the laws of war, and he said civilians are bearing the brunt of these strikes, especially vulnerable groups like children, the elderly, and those with disabilities. The Russian Federation has continued these attacks since October, severely impacting Ukraine's energy grid and causing rolling blackouts across the country. Turk has called for an immediate halt to these strikes, saying it is appalling to witness the suffering of innocent civilians. Ben, of course, the winter, an Eastern European winter, of course, can even get way below 0 degrees Celsius. Under international law, do you think these attacks on energy infrastructure qualify as something like a war crime? Given the amount of people they are, of course, affecting and the harm that it's causing?
It's very harsh, isn't it? And yes, you're going after civilians. And the reports coming out of Kiev a week ago, the temperatures in the buildings were like 13 degrees cold. Now they're like -2, -5. Ice is forming, that they're becoming uninhabitable, that people are setting up tents inside their apartments in order to try and keep themselves, their pets, their families, their children warm. And a humanitarian crisis is unfolding. The government has rolled out these invincibility points, which are basically sort of small huts they put up outside apartments that are heated, have power, where people can come and warm up, have a hot cup of soup, recharge their phones. And it's getting very desperate. But if it carries on, and this is the coldest winter in a decade, and if you've been to Kiev in the winter, that means -20, that's bitterly cold. Then if this carries on for a month, then Western governments here in Berlin, for example, have been warned there may be a second refugee exodus of millions of people escaping from the cold because sleeping in a -5 apartment is life-threatening. However, as to war crime, this is a complicated point, and the detractors have pointed out that NATO carried out exactly the same policy in the war in Yugoslavia and bombed flat Serbia's power stations, 80%, and gave the same justification, and saying that this would bring a war to the end, that Milosevic, if he wanted to stop it, had to concede to NATO's 5-point plan. And their argument was that because power is necessary for the military machine, that makes it a legitimate military target, and that any civilian problems, this is collateral damage, but it is ultimately justified. And so you've got a sort of certain set of double standards going on here. And interestingly, Jamie Shea, who gave a statement explaining exactly this policy, that page, which has been on the NATO website for the last 25 years, has just been taken down and is no longer available. And so this is actually kind of embarrassing, because you could argue the Russians learned this tactic from watching NATO's campaign in Serbia. So the ins and outs of war crime, if you attack civilians and kill them, then that's a war crime. But the NATO justification that power is essential to the military machine, making it a legitimate military target, I mean, I doubt this will ever go to court, but if it does, it's going to be a complicated case.
Indeed. Ben, as always, it's a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for taking the time in joining us here on NewsX World. We now move on, and a German politician has proposed a boycott of the 2026 World Cup in response to the US push for Greenland. Jürgen Hart, a foreign policy spokesperson for the Christian Democratic Union, suggested the German national team might refuse to participate unless President Donald Trump reconsiders his stance on Greenland. Hart, speaking to local media, emphasized Trump's heightened rhetoric on the matter, including threats of tariffs and claims that Greenland is vital for US national security. The suggestion comes as a growing number of Germans, at least 47%, support such a boycott if the US takes control of Greenland, while others, at least 35%, oppose it. The numbers are from a poll conducted by Bild, a German daily. Despite hard comments, the German Football Federation and FIFA have not publicly supported a boycott. Meanwhile, FIFA reports that Germany is among the top nations requesting tickets for the 2026 tournament, despite these political tensions. Dr. Satoru Nagao joins us now. He's a fellow at the Hudson Institute. He joins us live from Tokyo. Dr. Nagao, thank you very much, as always. It's a pleasure to talk to you. Does this go to show how much Donald Trump is really affecting the livelihoods, even the cultural lifestyles of people all around Europe now, that 45% of people in Germany would support a boycott from a World Cup, a football World Cup that is taking place in the United States?
Yes, but this is indeed meaningless because firstly, this World Cup will hold by not only America but also Canada and Mexico. And at the same time, that President Trump do not care about this, so that's why this is meaningless, I think. But this Greenland issue is three aspects, I believe. Firstly, it's America start to reclaim the American continent is America's one. But this is indeed common course of the U.S. development in the past, because before the World War, they dominate the American continent under the Monroe Doctrine. After that World War I, World War II, America became the superpower in the world. So that's why this is the same course. But secondly, of course, Greenland is important strategically, militarily, or energy resources. So that's why this is important. And melting ice will create a new situation in the Arctic. That is true. So Greenland's strategic importance is there. That's true. But the third aspect is indeed very important. This is a battle between right versus left. Because the European idea, the liberal-based international rule-based order, is based on the idea of the liberals. So that's why view from the President Trump lead right-wing people, this is the rules the left people set up, and they want to destroy or change it. So that's why this is indeed, view from America, this is indeed extend from the domestic issue, battle inside of America, the left versus right, sending the National Guard or the governized Democrat, this is the region of the enemy against the central government, something like that, that happen inside of America is extend to the diplomatic situation, and many government in Europe is left side government send the troops to Greenland, and America and President Trump do not like it because they are left and not right. So Italy did not send troops because they are right. Something like that is happening. So that's why this is indeed a battle between right and left. And this year is the year of the midterm election. The battle of the right and the left is escalating in the United States. So view from the President Trump, this is the time to fight against the left. So both domestically and diplomatically. So that is a third aspect. And so that's why indeed this political background is easy to forgotten, but indeed very important we understand now.
Yes, Dr. Nagao, thank you very much. Do stay with us as we move on to our next story. And Chinese President Xi Jinping has extended his heartfelt condolences to Spain's King Philippe VI following the tragic high-speed train accident in southern Spain. At least 41 people have lost their lives after a train derailed and collided with another in one of Europe's deadliest rail crashes in 80 years. President Xi expressed deep sorrow over the loss of life, sending his sympathies to the families of the victims and all of those affected by the disaster. The crash, which occurred near Amaduz in Cordoba, has left many injured, with some still in intensive care. Spain's government is investigating the case of the derailment while rescue operations continue in the challenging terrain. Dr. Nagao joins us once again to discuss this. Dr. Nagao, how rare is this for the Chinese President Xi Jinping to express his condolences for something like this?
Condolence itself is diplomatic, this is not rare, but at the same time, this chance China want to exploit it, that is also true. Because last September, we know that China leads many countries against the United States, including Russia, North Korea, Belarus, Pakistan also. These are the line up in the parade in China. So China's attitude is very clear in this case. Now there is the Greenland issue or liberal versus right between the US and Europe. Under such kind of situation, this is a good chance to destroy the Western group cooperation, and China try to show the good smile to Europe. And but what China want to do is cut the relation between US and Europe and pull the Europe to the China side. So that's why this is a good chance China believe and express condolence. Express condolence is a common way. So on surface, the people do not realize this is political. But when China did, everything is political indeed.
Indeed. Dr. Nagao, thank you very much for joining us here on NewsX World. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. We now move on and finish with some news from the tech world. And speaking at the Davos Forum, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella has said that artificial intelligence must deliver tangible improvements in areas such as health, education and public sector efficiency, or risk losing public support for the energy needed to run it. He also added that AI is poised to build on cloud and mobile technology, spread rapidly and lift productivity across industries and countries. Nadella has said that technology could drive broader local economic surplus and global growth beyond capital spending alone. Let's take a listen in.
We as even a global community have to get to a point where we are using this to do something useful that changes the outcomes of people and communities and countries and industries, right? Otherwise, I don't think this makes much sense, right? In fact, I would say we will quickly lose even the social permission to actually take something like energy, which is a scarce resource, and use it to generate these tokens. If these tokens are not improving health outcomes, education outcomes, public sector efficiency, private sector competitiveness across all sectors, small and large, right? And that, to me, is ultimately the goal.
Now, OpenAI has announced 2026 as the year of practical adoption. Chief Financial Officer Sarah Fryer said the focus will be on closing the gap between what AI can do and how people, businesses and governments use it. She highlighted the growth OpenAI has experienced, with its compute power increasing from 0.2 gigawatts in 2023 to 1.9 in 2025. This growth has helped their revenue soar from $2 billion to over $20 billion in just 2 years. Fryer also pointed out that OpenAI's progress is tied directly to its technical infrastructure. The company's agreements, including a massive deal with NVIDIA, are fueling this expansion. OpenAI plans to scale further, especially in scenarios like healthcare, science and enterprise, where AI has direct, impactful applications. In addition, OpenAI is testing ads for ChatGPT in the US, signaling a push towards monetization as it prepares for a possible public debut. Now, South Korean President Lee Jae-myung has called for improvements to the country's drone detection system after a civilian drone was flown into North Korea's airspace. It has been warned by Lee that such incidents could escalate tensions and harm the economy. Meanwhile, photographs of debris and buildings allegedly captured by the drone have been displayed by North Korea. An investigation has been launched and a suspect has been questioned. However, it was stated by Lee that if a South Korean citizen is found responsible, criminal charges for provoking North Korea could be faced. The incident comes as efforts to improve relations with Pyongyang have been made by South Korea, though they have been met with resistance from the north. Let's listen into what the president of South Korea had to say.
또는 민간인이 북한 지역에 무인기 침투를 시킨다든지 이거는 있을 수 없는 일이죠. 전쟁 개생이나 마찬가지죠. 북한 지역에 총 쏜 거하고 똑같잖아요. 멋대로. 근데 이런 걸 어떻게 과감하게 이렇게 할 수 있는지 정말 이해가 안 됩니다. 이게 철저하게 수사해서 다시는 이런 짓들을 못하게 엄중하게 제재해야 되겠습니다. 이런 걸로 불필요하게 그 긴장이 고조되고 남북 간의 대결 분위기가 조성되면 경제에도 악영향을 미치지 않습니까? 그리고 남북 사이에 이런 신뢰가 깨지지 않도록 또 적대의 감정이 제고되지 않도록 최선으로 잘 관리하시기 바랍니다.
Well, that's all that we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more international news updates.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Takachi risks it all with snap election. Can Takachi's popularity save the LDP? Snap election could reshape Japan's future. Economic relief or political downfall awaits Takachi. Japan's future hangs on February the 8th vote.
Hello, I'm Thomas Porteous and you're watching another episode of Explained. Now, Japan's political landscape is being shaken up in a way that has not been seen for a long time. Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi made a bold move by calling a snap election just 3 months after she took office. This decision, which catches many off guard, raises a number of questions. Why now? What does it mean for her future? And why has Japan's first female prime minister chosen this specific moment to seek a fresh mandate from the Japanese people? In today's episode of Explained, we're going to break down the reasons behind Takaichi's snap election, the risks she is taking, and the potential implications for Japan and the wider region. Now, Prime Minister Takaichi's announcement that she would dissolve Japan's lower house of parliament on January the 23rd with an election set for February the 8th has taken many by surprise. Most notably, the timing of the election seems unusual. After all, the next election wasn't scheduled until October of 2028. So why call a snap election just months after assuming office? At first glance, this seems hasty, even reckless, considering the potential fallout. However, Takaichi's reasoning is strategic. In her own words, she is putting her future as Prime Minister on the line, asking voters to decide whether they trust her to lead the nation. This is a gamble, but one she feels is necessary to solidify her leadership and gain political leverage. Let's listen into her recent comments.
私は本日、内閣総理大臣として1月23日に衆議院を解散する決断をいたしました。私自身も内閣総理大臣としての進退をかけます。高市早苗に国家経営を託していただけるのか、国民の皆様に直接ご判断をいただきたい。今、衆議院でも参議院でも過半数の議席を持たない自民党の総裁が内閣総理大臣を務めている。また、前回の衆議院選挙では、自民党、公明党の連立政権を前提に、国民の皆様の審判を仰ぎました。今や連立政権の枠組みも変わりました。だからこそ、政治の側の都合ではなく、国民の皆様の意思に正面から問いかける道を。
To understand why Takaichi is pushing for an early election, we need to look at the current political context. Takaichi's popularity is undeniable. Recent polls have shown her approval rating soaring between 62% and 78%, which is exceptionally high for a prime minister in such a short time. Despite her personal popularity, however, her party, the Liberal Democratic Party, otherwise known as the LDP, is not enjoying the same support. Currently, the LDP holds a fragile majority that's in a 465-seat chamber, and it's not a solid position to govern effectively. Takaichi knows that by calling a snap election now, she has a chance to bolster the LDP's standing while the public is still enamored with her leadership. Moreover, Japan's political system is highly factionalized, and the LDP faces growing competition from a united opposition. The emergence of the Centrist Reform Alliance, a coalition between the largest opposition party, the Constitutional Democratic Party of Japan, controls 172 seats, making it a formidable challenger to Takaichi's ruling coalition. By holding an election now, Takaichi is hoping to strengthen the LDP's position before the opposition can gain more momentum. However, calling this election is not without its risks. While Takaichi's personal approval ratings are very high, there is no guarantee that this popular EFG warned that while Takaichi herself is a popular figure, the LDP's low approval rating could spell trouble. The party's approval sits at a meager 29.7%. reflecting a disconnect between the public's admiration for Takaichi and their opinion of her party. Additionally, Japan's electoral system is highly competitive, and despite the LDP's dominance over the years, a united opposition could capitalize on public discontent with the LDP's handling of various issues, including political funding scandals and the rising cost of living. The newly formed centrist Reform Alliance represents a powerful opposition and its ability to appeal to moderates, despite her own political strength. Now, in addition to the political climate, economic factors play a major role in this election. Japan, like many other nations, is grappling with rising inflation and a high cost of living. In a recent poll by public broadcasters, 45% of respondents listed prices as their main concern in the election. To tackle the economic challenges, Takaichi has proposed a 2-year freeze on the 8% food consumption tax, a policy that would be aimed at reducing the financial strain on households. However, this comes with a hefty price tag. The government estimates that suspending the tax would cost the state around 5 trillion yen annually, a significant hit to the national revenue. While some analysts believe that the election will essentially test the Japanese public's appetite for higher government spending and tax cuts during a period of economic instability. If Takaichi can convince voters that her policies will ease the financial burden without sacrificing economic stability, she might secure a strong mandate. But if voters feel the policies are too risky or financially irresponsible, the opposition may capitalize on that dissatisfaction. Now, Takaichi's foreign policy decisions are also influencing her political future. Her stance attempts to seize Taiwan by force. This remark angered Beijing and has led to a severe diplomatic fallout, with China imposing export bans on certain dual-use goods that Japan relies on for both civilian and military purposes. In addition to the export bans, China has advised its citizens not to travel to Japan, further straining relations between the two nations. The Taiwan issue is deeply sensitive, and Takaichi's refusal to back down on her position could strengthen her domestic stand, further economic damage or military escalation. The public's response to Japan's growing militarization and its confrontational stance on Taiwan will play a crucial role in the upcoming election. Despite the risks, there are analysts who believe that Takaichi could pull off a political landslide. They argue that Takaichi's personal appeal could drive a surge in support, especially among young voters. Her rise from humble beginnings as a self-made woman resonates with many Japanese citizens, and her commitment to hard work and national pride has made her an even more popular figure, especially among those who view her as a beacon of perseverance. If the electorate responds positively to Takaichi's personal narrative and give her a clearer mandate to tackle Japan's growing security concerns and economic challenges. This snap election, though a political risk, is ultimately about Japan's future direction. For Japan, this election is about more than just one prime minister. It's about the nation's evolving role in the world. A victory for Takaichi would not only solidify her position domestically, but could also impact Japan's security policies, its economic trajectory, and its international alliances, especially in relation to China. For Prime Minister Takaichi's future, the LDP's political future, and Japan's place in an increasingly volatile global landscape. Will this snap election be seen as a bold strategic move or a reckless risk that backfires? Only time will tell. Well, that's all that we have time for on this episode of Explained. Stay tuned as we bring you more in-depth insights and stories that matter.
In the midst of this life,
Welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Kriti Mehta. Now, in the world of geopolitics, we've seen alliances built on history, treaties, and mutual defense. But today, the Trump administration is introducing a new currency with global influence, the billion-dollar buy-in. On January 18, reports surfaced of a draft charter for a new international body, the Gaza Board of Peace. At its helm, US President Donald Trump. But it's the price of admission that has the world gasping. According to a draft of the charter, permanent membership on this board comes with a staggering $1 billion fee. Nations that don't pay are relegated to 3-year terms, subject to the renewal and the whim of the chairman himself. So, what is this board and why does it cost so much to sit at this table? The Board of Peace is designed to be the ultimate overseer of international security force. The Trump administration argues that this cash injection is necessary to bypass the administrative bloat of the United Nations and ensure every dollar goes directly to rebuilding. But reports from across the world suggest that this isn't just about Gaza. Diplomats are already calling it a mini United Nations or Trump's United Nations. The charter suggests the board's reach will eventually expand to tackle any global conflict where the chairman sees a need to intervene. Let's break down the impact. First, the financial barrier. By setting a $1 billion price tag, the board effectively creates a two-tiered diplomatic system. Wealthy nations purchase permanency and veto-like influence, while developing nations remain at the mercy of renewable terms. Potential threat to the United Nations Security Council. By creating a parallel power structure under US leadership, Trump is signaling that the era of traditional multilateralism may be over. And the world is responding with a mix of enthusiasm and extreme caution. Hungary's Viktor Orban and Argentina's Javier Milei were among the first to accept Trump's invitation. Milei called it an honor, while Vietnam has also officially accepted the invitation. Canada has agreed in principle, with Prime Minister Mark Carney joining the board. However, according to reports, Ottawa is still scrutinizing the financing details. In New Delhi, the stakes are high. US Ambassador Sergio Gore has personally handed over India's invitation to the Prime Minister. While the Modi government has diplomacy, Pakistan, Jordan and Greece are also on the invite list. However, not everyone is applauding. In a rare moment of discord with Washington, Israel has raised red flags. Prime Minister Netanyahu's office stated that the board's composition, which includes Turkey and Qatar, were not coordinated with Israel and runs contrary to their policy. Israel remains deeply skeptical of giving nations they view as sympathetic to Hamas a seat on Gaza's future governance. Critics at the UN are even blunter. Some experts have excluding the voices of the Palestinians themselves. So what's next? All eyes turn to the World Economic Forum in Davos this week, where the official list of a board of members is expected to be announced. Will nations cough up the $1 billion for a permanent seat, or will this become a fragmented club of Trump's closest allies? The Gaza Board of Peace is more than a reconstruction plan. It is a test case for a new world order, one where peace has a price tag and the chairman holds the cards. To discuss this in greater depth, I'm joined in now by Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev, who's former diplomat and joins us from New Delhi. Ambassador, thank you very much. Global powers from privatizing conflict resolution in their own spheres of influence.
Thank you, Kirti. Indeed, you raised a very pertinent question, although it's also at the same time rhetorical. Uh, I think much remains to be fleshed out of Mr. Trump's proposal. Typically, Mr. Trump starts with a nebulous idea and fleshes it on the basis of the feedback or reactions, etc., etc., and till it acquires a critical mass. If it doesn't acquire a critical mass, oxymoronic idea. Indeed, the international law after the Second World War was based on equality of all nations in a decolonized world, and the law through United Nations Charter protected the small and less powerful against the hegemonistic and more powerful countries, and it has reasonably held in place till the latest upheavals. In a CNN interview, I think last week, he said that only point for him was his personal morality on a particular issue. He is not too concerned about morality under the international law. With a self-confessed narcissist like that, it is difficult to see which way would Mr. Trump turn in a particular conflict. Indeed, he may decide to maximize his own contribution, as he tried to do in India-Pakistan spat. In many countries are going to contribute, is for him to decide where to invest, how to invest. And remember, he's a real estate magnate whose first love is creating Trump Towers and Taj Mahal and so on and so forth in the United States and elsewhere in the world. So I would be rather skeptical about this approach taking root. Self-serving and predictable pro-Trump personalities would certainly applaud this body coming into being, but then there are staying out. I don't know how the system is supposed to work.
Ambassador, there are reports of Russia also having received the invitation. It is, however, mulling over it. So we don't know about China, but Russia for sure may have received this invitation. Anyway, I would now like to move on to my next question to you. Critics are also calling this board a parallel UN that bypasses the Security Council. How can a diplomat justify the $1 billion fee to their domestic taxpayers when their country is already paying significant dues to the UN? Is this an investment in...
remains to be answered by the organizers of this particular device. Reply to your first question is that yes, the UN system has broken down. Security Council is dysfunctional. It has not been able to solve the Ukraine crisis or the Gaza war or Iran versus Israel and United States difficulties, Sudan war, and the rest. That's for everyone to see. But instead of reforming and modernizing the post-Second World War setup, it creating a parallel sort of world order where too few powers decided the fate of the smaller countries in the world and decided who the heroes and who the villains of international order was. So I believe it will be difficulties which are petrol-rich and have money to spare, but democracies would have difficulty in agreeing to. India is already under considerable strain caused by Mr. Trump, be it his national security strategy, be it sanctions of 50% on India, etc., and so as to say, would be a good idea.
Sure. And Ambassador, unlike the UN or the World Bank, the Board of Peace is structured more like a corporate board with a chairman that's holding veto-like authority. Who audits these billions of dollars, and what is the legal mechanism for a member state to withdraw their funds if the board's actions contradict their national interests or international law?
Perhaps Davos would clarify something, but I imagine that once you give the money to Mr. Trump, getting it back would depend on him. And as the Russian frozen assets or Iranian frozen assets in the West speak for themselves, once given, these issues, the monies may or may not be available for future. So whether the countries would have a say in how the money is spent is another issue. Well, there will be countries who will be willing to contribute to a global fund, contributes $1 billion, and United States tops it up. Then there is that possibility of Gaza being reconstructed. But what kind of construction, what kind of priorities would it have? If Israel continues to occupy part of it under the yellow line, if Mr. Trump decides that this money is for creating a Rivera of the Middle East, Palestinians be damned or exiled to other countries, I think a lot of contributors would have difficulty with that. And if the money is given for Gaza and then there's no peace in that area, Israel comes back and destroys whatever is being built, then what is the point? So,
Ambassador, you would also agree with me that diplomacy usually relies on long-term treaties that outlast administrations. This vote is uniquely tied to the current US president's persona and his business deal-making style. If there is a change in the US administration in 4 years, what happens to the billion-dollar deposits that are made by the member nations? Is there a money-back guarantee, or does the board simply dissolve? These are some of the questions that weigh and loom large over this Gaza Board of Peace. And of course, it's for Trump to answer. But what's your assessment?
My own assessment, based on the way through an international partial or fully representative gathering.